All right, we're going to get started, everyone, so please take your seats. So welcome to the Idaho Technology Council Capital Connect. How about now? Hey, Greg, it's not coming through, huh? All right, here we go, guys. Welcome to the Idaho Technology Council Capital Connect Conference. Please take your seats. We're ready to rumble. Unfortunately, we had our first part that I wanted to tell you about. We've been trying to work Dr. Marlene Tromp. Her mom is ill today, and with all the COVID stuff that's going on, she decided it was better safe than sorry. So we are going to miss not having Dr. Tromp with us to kick us off today. And we just had a couple technical things work, so we're ready to go right now. And I'm telling you what, right now this is probably one of the best conferences we're going to have of the year, in that we have such a fantastic lineup. And the theme of this year's conference is invested in Idaho. And we're going to find out how many companies are invested in Idaho and how many people are making Idaho a great place because of the hard work of many entrepreneurs and the investment of capital in our great state. I wanted to acknowledge, I saw Tom Keeley. Tom, with Director of the Department of Commerce, is here. Tom, whereabouts are you? Right back here. Thanks, Tom, for being here. I saw Mayor McLean earlier, too. Mayor McLean, whereabouts are you? Right here. Okay, thanks, Mayor, for being here. And did I miss anybody else that was an elected official of any kind or appointed? Greg, I know we had you. Yes, okay, Greg, thank you very much. We'd also like to really thank our sponsors for work that they did. Alturas is our presenting sponsor, as well as Wilson Cicini. And we have BR Wealth Management, Boise State University, Deloitte, Idaho Central Credit Union, Key Bank, Kiln, St. Luke's, and Tech CU. So great hand to our sponsors, because it happens because of them. All right, so we now have the chance to be able to hear you can find out more about what the Idaho Technology Council does. Our current board chair is fantastic. It's Jeet Kumar, and Jeet is the CEO of In-Time Tech. And I had this last year, last winter, I had the chance to be able to get a manuscript. And this manuscript was, I am now plugging a book, okay, you guys, so this is going to be good. But this manuscript is Create an Impact. And Jeet has authored other books as well. But I read this book, and it's fantastic. It talks about Jeet's life, but what it really does is it tells how do you actually make a difference in your life. What are the things that are going to be difference makers, and how do you focus on the things that are really important? And I would encourage you to get this. Jeet is going to just, if you want it, he'll sign it, and he'll give the book to you over at the In-Time Tech. Wave your hand. In-Time Tech booth over there. So please, if you want to get that. But I want to first of all welcome Jeet Kumar to the stage, and we get this. He'll kick off our Capital Connect conference. Jeet, welcome, Jeet. Well, as Jeet's coming up here, one thing I wanted to make sure that this works. Okay. Well, this is, maybe we'll have to have you advance the slides back in the back, because it's not advancing. Okay. We'll just have you guys keep going through the slides. This is Marlene's slides. One of the big things I want to tell you, Boise State is one of the top 50 innovative universities on the planet, in the United States anyway, which is a fantastic thing. So let's hear it for Dr. Tromp, and now we'll hand it over to Jeet.
Good, thank you. Wonderful. Yep, I think I was just thinking, should work. Yep. There you go. Yeah. Okay. So thank you, Jay. And thank you, everyone, for being here. I took over on this ITC Executive Committee chair this January. Paris is here, and we're going to hear from him in a little while. First thing which we looked at, what is ITC? What is ITC's charter? So I want to talk about, and you are more than welcome to give us more inputs once you get to know about our charter. So Jay and I talked that there are so many things we talked about around ITC, but what is ITC? So first and foremost, ITC is an industry-led platform, and it's not a government body, it's absolutely industry-led platform like all of us are here. And we are committed to create an ecosystem where people and companies can come together and create things like, if you see the first two, that's why we are here today for Capital Connect, the economic and job growth, and having a capital and entrepreneurial mentors and ecosystem. And then we also talked about how do we provide access to talent, and then making sure that that talent has all what it's needed to create a new innovative, again, ecosystems and products and technology and all what we really want that talent to create. So that's what we are up to creating. And the last one, we just want to influence the public policies. That's what ITC is. If you see something else we should take on, people are here, our board of trustees are here, and by the way, all the executive committee members and board of trustees, can you stand up for a moment if you are here? Anyone who is, if you would like to, okay, board, EC, Paris, you need to stand up. Yours, yeah. Thank you for your contribution and all the work which you do. So that's what ITC is, and that's what we are up to creating. When we talk about Capital Connect, I always say money is required to live, but love is the reason to live. And in the business setup, in what we do, we don't use love as a word that often. So what is love? Love is compassion, love is commitment, love is listening, love is acceptance, love is a desire to make a difference. That's what we are talking about. So when you look at a company needs capital to survive, but it needs a purpose to thrive. And you can see connect between capital and purpose. Because eventually, you need to understand, I'm an entrepreneur, build this company from scratch, and what we have today is what we have. But it all comes down to the love for our clients and partners, love for our employees, having some way to stand up and say, okay, every day I'm going to get up and make a difference. That's what the companies are created for. And that's why entrepreneurs really have that zeal and drive. So as you hear all the pitches today, surely money is the part of the conversation, capital is part of the conversation. We have done 155 deals in Idaho last year with close to $3.5 billion of worth of exchange and then deals. And I know Blake and Allison are going to talk in detail about those things. But here, the commitment to make a difference for those entrepreneurs who are going to come onto the stage today, and then see what they're up to creating in this community. And so, Jay talked about Invested Idaho. In summary, when you look at what is Invested Idaho, is the capital and talent. You need both, the money and love, the capital and thriving, right? We talked about that and a purpose. And they come together to create something, the innovation. the technology, the product, the services they offer. And eventually this community which we create, that's why we are here together for. That's Invested Idaho, and that's what we are committed to create as part of the ITC, all of you here in the community, and that's what we are marching on together as a team. Okay, so that's what I would like to share with you guys, that ITC is committed to create that ecosystem. Jay has done this one for the last 13 years plus. 2009, Jay, we started ITC. And I'm just so thankful and blessed and grateful for this community to create this ecosystem and these opportunities for ourselves and all the people that we stand for. Okay? So with that, Jay, why don't you come back? And then we would like to invite Paris on this stage. Paris was, by the way, was outgoing chair and I was incoming, so we have something for Paris.
Paris, thank you so much for being, Paris just for the last 2 years was our board chair, and he helped direct the direction
Come on,
of the
Jay.
board chair. And,
You come in the middle, Paris.
yeah,
This is from our side. Okay?
Thank
you very much.
so Paris has a tremendous opportunity here to really acknowledge and thank you. And what happened on the 1st of April, anybody know? Paris retired, let's hear for Paris, call for retirement. But there's a lot left on the tank for Paris, so we're excited to see a lot of the things that Paris is going to do because, you're probably 35, Paris?
A little older.
A little older than that, but he's going to do so much. So we're going to have a chance to be able to hear from
Yeah.
Paris.
And I want to say, Paris, he's not only my friend, he was kind enough to give the testimonial to the book which you just heard about, and we have been together for a long time. Paris, I greatly appreciate your leadership, your contribution, and what you have done for Truck Stop for sure, and then for this community.
Thank
So
you.
thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for
Let's
this.
get a quick
Yeah.
picture.
Yeah. Thank you. All right, so let's give her one more round of applause to Paris. Thank you. Thank you. And Allison is here.
Allison,
Thank you.
come on up. We have Allison Johnson. Let's hear it for Allison Johnson. We now get the chance to be able to have a fireside chat with Allison and also with Paris. So let's hear it for both of them, and you'll hear a great message here.
Do we use these, Jay?
There's one right. Make sure you turn that one on.
Is it on now? All right, well, like any good event, we're already running off schedule a little bit. I'm Allison Johnson of Wilson Sonsini. I've had the pleasure of working with Paris at both the ITC and for a period of time at Truck Stop as outside counsel. And it's a pleasure to be here today to have a conversation with Paris. I think the path of this conversation is to talk a little bit about the final years at Truck Stop and one of their largest, if not their largest, acquisition, and tell the tale of the story of that for this room to hear. To also talk about a little bit about the journey of Truck Stop. I think Truck Stop kind of went through 3 evolutions, from a founder-owned company to bringing in the first major outside investor to bringing in a majority owner, and I'd like to talk about what that means. And then, Paris, we'd like to hear from you. What caused you to make the decision to step down as CEO, but stay involved as a board member? So that's the journey that I think we're going to go on today. So to kick it off, can you tell us a little bit about this big acquisition that you guys did with RMIS?
Sure. So in March of 2021, so about a year ago, we acquired a company called RMIS. They were a 170-person company based outside of Los Angeles. And what RMIS does is they are the premier leader in onboarding services for small carriers, or carriers of all size, I guess I should say. So what that means is that if you are a shipper or a freight broker, if you're engaging a third-party carrier to haul your goods, you want to make sure that they have adequate insurance and that they meet certain standards before you allow them to haul your goods. RMIS provides this technology that allows these shippers and freight brokers to what's called onboard in the industry, onboard these carriers, get them into their system so that they then are qualified to haul goods for shippers and freight brokers. And we have had a partnership with RMIS for a long time, since about 2009 or so, and we had talked in years past about potentially acquiring them, and then finally felt over the last couple of years that now was the time to acquire the business.
And how do you as a company decide when it's time to acquire the business? Is it you become so integrated, you feel like it's the right time in the market, or what kind of decision factors went into why now?
So I think it's a multitude of different things. One is there has to be a meeting of the minds between the ownership of the company being acquired and Truck Stop. In this case, we had talked about it for a number of years, but the owner, the founder of RMIS, was not ready to sell. And so we kept talking with them, had a great relationship. So that's one, is making sure that there's meeting of the minds. Two, I think it has to be strategic. So I would say early on, there was maybe some more hesitancy about acquiring RMIS. But then as time went on and we started to expand our services, it became more and more apparent that RMIS was in fact strategic to what we wanted to do going forward.
Got it. And it sounds like just in talking and seeing some of these things, there were some, I'll call them war stories, getting a deal done. Any deal comes with some surprises around the corners, but it sounds like even though the founder was ready to sell, it was an interesting trip. So can you walk us through, you decide now is the right time, and you go deliver a term sheet to them. Can you talk us through some of the ups and downs of negotiating that term sheet, and how do you kind of make sure you do have that meeting of the minds and share any war stories you have privy to share? Sure.
So we actually became serious about acquiring the company back in 2020. And we started to put a deal together, I flew down along with some other executives, flew down to Los Angeles, met with the founder and other key individuals of RMIS, and thought we were going to have a deal. And at the last moment, we decided that the price was too high. And so we said, we felt like it was too risky. So of course we stopped, but that part of the engagement or the transaction, and we wanted to see if RMIS could really produce the type of growth that they were telling us they could. So of course they did over the next year. Of course they then asked for more money than what we had talked about in 2020.
Like any good selling company should do.
That's right, that's right. And when we first engaged them in 2020, they didn't have a banker representing them. And so we felt like, okay, we've got an in, we have a relationship with RMIS, and looking back on it, we should have just done the deal back in 2020. So that's one thing, is that if you feel like it's the right time, it's the right company, don't necessarily let money just get in the way. And that's what I feel like we did in 2020. Then, based on their performance over that year, we gained more conviction. We were ready to do the deal in 2021, but this time they had a banker. And so now we were no longer the only party engaged in the acquisition of the company. And the banker brought in other parties, and so now we were in a bit of a bidding war. And I think having other parties also gained us, or provided more conviction for us as a board, is we really didn't want to lose RMIS as a company. And so as we went through that process, it eventually got down to two companies. ourselves and another group, and we were negotiating back the two companies with the banker on the term sheet, and it was, we were each going back and forth, raising the price, so it became even more expensive at this point. Again, we should have done the deal in 2020. But ultimately, I got to the point where I had such a good relationship with the CEO that I told him what my last and final offer was going to be. And I told him that he knew us as a company, he'd been working with us for over a decade, he knew the type of culture that we had, and that I could promise him certain things about how we would take care of his people and his company. And that was, I think, the final decision for him to make. The other company he didn't know as well and couldn't promise those types of things. And so we start then finalizing all the other terms, and we think we're just about done, and it's literally the day when everyone is going to sign, and the other company calls the banker, and the banker should never have done this, but he allowed the CEO of the other company to talk to the CEO of RMIS, and he offered even more money. And so at a higher valuation than what we were offering. So I'm literally, like, it's getting close to 5 o'clock, which is the deadline when RMIS was supposed to sign the terms, and I'm finding out that the other company is now back in, which I thought they were out. They're back in, and they're trying to win the deal. And so I picked up the phone and called the CEO, and I told him, I said, hey, look, I'm not going to go anymore. I told you this was our best offer. And I told him that we had a deal. He agreed that if we met certain terms, which we did, that he would sell the company to us. And I just asked that he honor his verbal agreement that we had. And so he did. And to his credit, even though he was being offered more money by a different party, he chose to go with us. And so, anyways, that was the hairiest acquisition I've ever done. I've never had last-minute dealings with bankers and had to call the CEO, but it was a pretty involved process.
Yeah, we don't plan these things, but hearing Jeet, his message, you need capital to thrive, or capital to survive, but love to thrive. Mm-hmm. In an odd way, the relationship and showing that you could take care of his people is what won you a huge deal, right?
Right.
And I think that speaks volumes about you guys, your leadership, and how you take care of people. So that's great. Now, so you finally get the deal across the finish line, and I think a lot of people think it's done then. The company's been bought, you're now a combined company, but there's a whole series of months and integration efforts and bringing both people and making efforts to accommodate their existing culture while bringing them under the truck stop umbrella. Is there any insights you can provide about that integration period and some of the good things and lessons learned, or maybe some challenges?
Sure. So I believe the integration is actually the more difficult part. Getting the deal done, even as hairy as this one was, that was easy. The integration is more challenging because you've got a lot more people involved. And so what we did this acquisition, which is something that we've not done in previous acquisitions, we hired a third party to come in and essentially be the project managers of the integration. It was a company that specializes in integrations, and I will tell you, if I were to do an acquisition again, I would hire a company like that in a heartbeat. They just did a wonderful job making sure that I and the rest of the organization were well prepared to integrate the people within RMIS. They made sure that we went through by function and really outlined what needed to happen to make sure that those people were integrated and felt like a part of the company as quickly as possible. So that would be one thing that I would absolutely recommend is Truck Stop, we've done it on our own in the past, and they were smaller companies, so it was a little bit easier, but even then, I think just having somebody focused on the integration and really going through the entire org and thinking through all the steps that need to happen, I would recommend that.
That's a great lesson. I think you should be on a commercial for them. You might have
If you want to, I love the company. If you want to come see me afterwards, happy to tell you who they were. But
That's great.
yeah.
It's probably a lesson learned that more companies could use, because that's a hard process to take two separately existing entities and companies and cultures and combine them and make sure that everybody's thriving. So that's a great lesson.
And I'll just say, we've done 5 acquisitions over the last 10 years or so. And this was the first one we'd used a third party, and by far and away, this company was better integrated than any of the others. So again, I highly recommend it.
That's awesome. So I want to talk a little bit about the 3 stages that I mentioned of truck stops, life cycle as I see them. You may see other stages, there may be more there. But I think you came into truck stop when they were, predominantly founder owned, I would say, almost, founder controlled most of the cap table. And then you guys decided to take on some outside capital. Can you walk us through that first decision to let somebody under the hood, why you brought in outside capital and how it changed the company once you did?
Yeah. So when I joined the company, the truck stop had been around already for 18 years. And very profitable, growing every single year. So we really didn't need capital, but what we needed was expertise and knowledge. Myself, I'm from Idaho. I've never spent a lot of time in the Bay Area or on the East Coast. So in terms of finding the types of individuals and finding the network that we felt like we needed to help us grow, I didn't have, our founder, Scott Mosgrip, he did not have. And so as we got into 2015, we recognized that we had a tremendous opportunity for growth, but we needed some outside help. We didn't want a different executive. We didn't want a different group necessarily to control the company, but we wanted a partner. And so we went through a process then. Once we had made that decision to bring someone out from the outside in to help us, we then went through a process to talk with a variety of different growth equity firms.
And did you select them as much as a fit for alignment and adding that strategic growth as you did for how they were valuing the company in dollar terms?
Yeah. So the firm that we ended up selecting, a firm called Bergal Sagemount, they actually were not the highest bidders or didn't have the highest valuation. The reason why we chose them is we felt like they were the best cultural fit for Scott and for myself, and we felt like they would be our best partners. And so while we wanted to make sure that the business was being valued fairly, that wasn't our, the top dollar wasn't our primary reason for doing this transaction.
That's great. And did they prove to be the kind of partners that helped you think strategically and accomplish acquisitions and execute on the vision in the larger markets that you thought you would with their help?
They absolutely did. So in 2015, we had about 15 people in our sales team. And when we talked with Bergal, it became clear that we had an opportunity to grow our sales team in particular, also other areas, but really focus on our sales team. And so over the course of the next 3 years, we went from about 15 salespeople to about 100. And so significant, and at that time, we were probably under 300 people within the company. So it was a significant investment, but it ultimately paid off.
Yeah, that's great. And then you brought in a second capital partner who took, this time, a majority stake in the company. Can you walk us through the decision to do that, to replace your private equity firm that was helping you grow the company, and what the difference is between the two of them in terms of their management style and culture and board composition? I'd love to hear a little bit about that.
So At the end of 2018, we had had a great run, excuse me, with Bergal Sagemount. But Bergal, they were raising some more funds, and they wanted to demonstrate to their investors that they could have great outcomes as well. So they wanted to sell to demonstrate their ability to help a company grow. We also, at that point in time, the founders, Scott, he was ready to take some chips off the table, so to say. And so he was ready to sell some of his equity. And then as a management team, we had some small equity as well. And so collectively, we all agreed that we all wanted to sell. It just so happened that 2018 was a great year for the industry, great year for Truck Stop. And so we knew that valuations were going to be relatively high at that point. And so when we looked at kind of all the factors, everyone was ready to make a change. Valuations were high. The business was doing well. And so we collectively, we felt like then was the right time to bring on a new partner. We went through another process, similar to what we had done in 2016. We hired a banker. We went out and talked to a number of growth equity firms, and we ultimately selected a firm called Iconic. And Iconic, they are essentially a family office. They manage money for wealthy technology founders, people like Mark Zuckerberg, Jack Dorsey, Jerry Yang, et cetera. And what's different about Iconic, for our deal in particular, Iconic is generally a minority investor. But at that time, they were trying to invest in some majority deals. And so they invested in Truck Stop as the majority owner. And we are still to this day the only majority investment
Wow.
that they've made. They found out that there weren't enough majority deals that fit their criteria, so they stopped doing that. So they're the majority owner, but they act like minority owners. And so in that sense, they're very similar to Bergal in that they're really partners. They don't tell the management team, they didn't tell me how to run the business, but they brought ideas and they brought their network to me and to the company to utilize. Another thing that's different about Iconic versus Bergal, and I think is something important for anyone who's looking to bring on an outside investor to consider, is that Bergal Sagemount had an operations group, and they were really influential in helping us build out our sales team. Iconic doesn't have an operations group, so it's different. With Bergal, I could ask for their operations group to parachute in to help us think through a problem. With Iconic, we don't do that. Instead, the way that they help is they offer up their network. And so instead of parachuting someone in, they give me a list of people, incredible people.
Yeah, quite the network.
Quite the
it sounds
network,
like,
yes. I don't know that very many people have the network quite like Iconic does, just given who their limited partners are. But they give me a phone number, basically, or they make an introduction, and then I can talk to this individual and get their thoughts on how they've helped scale the business or how they've helped solve this problem.
Yeah, it's so interesting to think about right investor, right time, and making those decisions. And it's not, in both cases, I mean, it sounds like it wasn't really the dollar value that was your leader into either deal.
We really believe it's like a marriage, that bringing on an outside partner truly is a relationship that you want to cultivate, that you want to make sure functions well. And so for us, culture was more important, actually, and finding the right fit was more important than the highest dollar.
Yeah, that's a great lesson learned. And so, as they just announced, you made the decision to step aside as CEO, and it's really fresh. So I think this group, some business owners here may be thinking that maybe it's time that they bring a successor in, and I'd like to hear and have you share a little bit about how you went through that decision process and then the time period and the succession planning that leads into that implementation of that decision.
So I believe you should always be looking for your successor, regardless of your role within the company. You should always be grooming and preparing and helping that next level leader to take your spot. I think that's just the responsibility of a good leader. And so in my case, I have been thinking about my retirement for a number of years. And I could foresee, based on the trajectory of Truck Stop and how well we were growing, and I could also, as I was talking with my wife and understanding what she wanted in life and what we wanted to do together, I recognized several years ago that there was probably going to be a point in time where it made sense for me to step down. I just didn't know when that was going to be. And so really for the last, I would say 3 years, I've been thinking about this at different levels. And then about a year ago, I had a discussion with our board. And I'm just a believer in transparency. And so I told our board that I could see what was happening with Truck Stop. I could see that it was growing. I could see that we needed a leader to be around for the next 4 or 5 years at least to take us through our next phase of growth. And I knew that I couldn't commit to 4 or 5 years more. And I believe that making a change in leadership during some sort of transaction or anything like that, I knew that that's a poor idea, generally speaking. Mm-hmm. And we've been a portfolio company now of Iconic for 3 years. A typical hold period for a growth equity firm is between 3 and 5 years. And so at some point in the next few years, there's going to be another transaction for Truck Stop. And that new acquirer, they're going to want the CEO to stay on for a longer period of time. And for personal reasons, I just didn't feel comfortable committing to that. And so I believe that there's more to life than just making as much money as you can, and there's some other things that I want to do in life. And so all of those things just aligned and felt like this was the right time to make a change.
Yeah. I love the message that no matter what your role is in a company, you should always be looking for your successor. That's what mentorship is, right? And again, it goes back to Jeet's point about showing love and honoring the people around you and building them up. Like, that's such a huge message. So does it feel weird now, waking up in the morning and not going into the office?
The weirdest thing, so I've always believed that if you go grocery shopping during the day, that the grocery store is going to be empty. I can tell you that's when all the retired people go grocery shopping, and so I found myself in long lines looking at a lot of people. So that was sort of the most, I guess, the out-of-body type experience I've had thus far, but I'm only a few weeks in, so yeah, it's
That's
all good.
awesome. So if you want to find Paris and you want his mentorship, go to the grocery store midday.
Midday, I'll be there
He'll be
once a
there.
week doing the shopping for the family, yeah.
Well, we're all excited to watch what Truck Stop does in its next chapter. We're excited to watch what you do in your next chapter because we know there are next chapters that are going to be really exciting for both. And wanted to say thank you for sharing your story and some of the Truck Stop story here today.
Sure, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Allison. Okay, so let's hear it for Allison Johnson and Paris Cole. Am I on right now? What I was going to say is that if you can just watch, one of the big things I had about Paris that I absolutely loved in working with him is how much his team at truckstop.com appreciates him as a true leader, as somebody who really has great business acumen and very bright. But the most important thing they say is how much he is fantastic leader of teams and how he builds up people. And I think everybody that knows Paris just has a great appreciation for that. So let's hear it again for Paris Cole. All right, we're going to have the quick pitch speed presentations. This is a fantastic time to be able to hear from 7 awesome companies that are going to be talking about their company, where they are, and I didn't turn it off. Well, thank you very much. I did not turn that off, but I don't know how that happened. This has been, the gremlins are here, guys. I'm just telling you. All right, this speed presentation is going to be awesome. So we're first going to hear, if we could have them come up, they're going to be speaking up here, and our own Brian Randolph will be our time moderator on this, because we keep him 5 minutes so we can rock and roll. But on the stage right now will be Librarian Dwayne Mathis is going to be our first one, and on deck will be Swear. Peter, if you could come right up here and wait for that, but right now we'll have Librarian on stage right now. And you can use the clicker. Let me go Dwayne one thing. Yeah.
Hi. Just trying to load my slide deck here. Oh, hi, I'm Dwayne Mathis, CEO and founder of Librarium Incorporated. And I'm honored to have the opportunity to stand up here today and tell you about the world's first fully immersive learning platform designed specifically to help students succeed at standardized tests like the SAT, the MCAT, and the LSAT. Now, we all know that at-home learning systems are kind of a drag right now, right? Educational technology is not engaging enough, and the result is that some of our students are falling behind. Who here had a kid at home studying during the pandemic? It was a nightmare, right? So at Librarium, we are developing solutions. We are committed to making self-directed learning an absolute breeze, to improving outcomes across the board, and to just making learning fun again. Let me show you what I mean. Hoping to get some audio for that video. I'm sure they can figure it out. I see furious activity happening in the booth back there. Well, while that's going on, I'll tell you that our first product, Librarium, which hopefully you'll get to see, is launching in August with our partner, you may have heard of them, Meta. And so I want to reference things that are happening in the video. So let's go. Well, I'll get back on target. I'll tell you about our team. So the cornerstone of any great and important endeavor is, of course, the team. And you can imagine the pictures of 4 smiling executives on the slide. Oh, yeah, we made it. Awesome. Okay. So as Steve Jobs said, I hire people who are smarter than me, and I let them tell me what to do. And so I can tell you I'm in really good hands. I'm just so humbled and honored to be among a group of such driven and talented people. Let's see if we can get that video going again. Is that going to be a possibility? No audio. Okay. Skip it. Okay. Our goal is to become the world's leading developer of spatial technologies for experiential learning. And we're already well on our way to doing just that. Our Memory Palace technology is already patent pending, and we have an aggressive roadmap of multiple monetizable educational products ready for delivery over the next 5 years. Librarium is at the nexus of 3 high-growth, multi-billion-dollar industries: ed tech, virtual reality, and test prep. As I said, we're launching in August with our first product, Librarium, with our partner, Meta. And I'm excited to be able to tell you that we've also secured a content partnership with one of the world's top test prep companies. And so we will be releasing with tons of premium purchasable content that they are developing for us. We've secured $400,000 in grant funding, and that's been instrumental in getting us off the ground, but we have a much bigger opportunity ahead of us. So right now, we know that Meta's major focus for their next area of growth is the education space. And so we want to capitalize on that opportunity. While the window is open, where hundreds of millions of dollars are going to be injected into our space, and we want to scale up our team and develop multiple products simultaneously that we can release into the marketplace during that window. So we're looking for $1.5 million. We already have follow-on interest. It's pretty solid, and so we're just looking for a lead. So if you guys are interested in what we're doing, if you want to actually see the video or try the product, we have a table over there. Or if you want to help us change the world, we'd love to talk to you. Thanks so much.
All right. Now we get the opportunity to hear from Peter with Swear, and on deck is Blue Sky and Adam Stein.
Everybody, wow, okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Pete Bomasil. I'm here today standing in for my good friend Jason Crawforth, who couldn't be here. But we wanted to take an opportunity to tell you about Swear. Just not behaving this morning. There we go. Okay. So, I hope not to dampen the mood too much, but I want to tell you about the war on truth and what Swear is doing to protect it. Now, we've all been bombarded with disinformation, misinformation. It's pervasive in our daily lives. We're trying to sort fact from fiction, and it's getting harder and harder every day. And it's getting harder to advance slides every day. There we go. So the truth is under attack. It's maybe a little bit alarmist, but it's true. We see misinformation all over the place, and unfortunately, it's just about to get worse. So how many of you, just quick show of hands, how many of you are familiar with deep fakes? Maybe half? And of those of you who are familiar with deep fakes, who's terrified? Okay, hopefully by the end of the next couple minutes, you all will be aware and terrified. So deepfakes are spoofed likenesses. They're videos of people doing things that they never did, saying things that they never did. As you can play this forward in your mind, you can imagine how information will be weaponized. This has already started, but when our eyes and our ears start to deceive us, where is reality? Where is the truth? And so this is a terrifying thought. Think about it. If readily available software can create likenesses in pixel perfection that can't be detected by either human or computer eyes, how do we tell the truth? How do we know what's real? And that's what we're talking about today. So defensive techniques such as those being developed by Facebook and Google, they won't work. Eventually, they'll be good enough, the AI will be good enough, the adversarial networks will be good enough, they'll be indetectable. So what's the answer? We have to embed the truth into the media itself. We have to be able to prove authenticity from the moment of creation. And that's where Swear comes in. Swear was developed to create unbreakable media. What do I mean by unbreakable? It's media that cannot be altered. It can't be manipulated in any way, down to the individual pixels, without being detected. So we've got proof of authenticity at point of creation, and that's what Swear does. So let me tell you a little bit about how this works. So what is unbreakable media? I've told you it's media that can't be manipulated. How do we do it? So Swear does this in real time, at point of capture. The Swear engine maps every single pixel, every piece of metadata, every soundbite in real time. It also captures 80 plus attributes. So in this case, it's GPS, it's pan tilt of the phone, it's timestamps. All of that attribution data is embedded directly into the video itself via invisible watermarks. Then, frame by frame, in real time, cryptographic fingerprints of each of those frames is created, and those fingerprints are then distributed to blockchain. Once it's on blockchain, you've got an immutable record of the truth. You've got a record of the original. And we can then validate. So that video, frame by frame, second by second, can be validated against the original, and Swear can detect a single pixel alteration. We're preserving the truth at point of capture, which means that videos cannot be manipulated without detection and alert. We've got 1 minute, which is good timing. So where are we? So there's been about 5 years of R&D go into this technology, and so far we've got 6 issued patents with multiple others on the way. Commercialization starts this year with our first product, Swear Mobile, followed later in the year by our first enterprise application in video surveillance. That's a lot to get through in 5 minutes. I just scratched the surface. Hopefully you take away today that we're facing a grave danger, and there's hope that Swear has the answer. We would love for you to be involved in the journey. Please visit us at swear.com. Email us at hello@swear.com. Find me around the room. We'd love to talk to you. Thanks very much.
For Peter, Square. Thanks so much, Peter. Adam. And then on stage, on deck is Pitch Aeronautics, Zach. There you go.
Let's see how this works. You guys hear me okay? Hey. Woohoo! Good morning, everybody. My name is Adam Stein. Familiar to many of you in the room. About 2010, 2011, we raised some money here locally, and we built a company in the same space that we sold to Bankrate in 2015. This will actually be set up for my third exit in under 10 years in this town, and Idaho's been very good to me. That last company, we drove automation across mortgages nationwide. We drove back-end pricing analytics through Bankrate and LendingTree and Zillow. At the time we sold it, we did 8 million highly granular offers a day that you could take and lock on the secondary market. You could commit a price to anybody in this room individually within milliseconds. The interesting thing about that, what I learned in that, was the market cap. The market cap of loan tech was really that of just driving a wire. It wasn't the market cap of the consumers that were being served. And the people that acquired that technology made a significant sum of money using that technology. So with that experience and the subsequent company that we sold rather quickly, we've developed Blue Sky Ventures, LLC, as a holding company of an omnichannel consumer direct finance engine. Currently, we offer solutions in mortgage in 18 states. We have 2,500 real estate agents on our network in those states. We just closed the first part of our Series A based on the fact that in our first full year, we did almost $1 billion in transactions. It was quite a little ramp up. And in that round, we still have a couple $1 million left. We need that to secure our Fannie Freddie tickets. I don't know mortgage speak in the room, but essentially our ability to sell direct to the market literally doubles our net revenue. The company that invested $2 million in us is a multinational engineering firm that specializes in fintech. We got validation from their founder who sold fintech for roughly $1 billion in the 90s. We've also been validated by Morgan Stanley's M&A group, who referred us to our investment banker. We've also got the validation of an ex-Goldman Sachs CIO. What we're doing with consumer data is very intriguing, and I think we've actually already been setting up. It's a long ways from an exit, probably 3 to 5 years, but we've got great partnerships with likely acquirers like Rocket. We sold them roughly $880 million last year. We're also working with companies like Credible, who almost are frenemies in this space in some regard. But at the end of this year, we'll actually have our tech stack developed in concert with that multinational development firm. And we'll actually have the rest of our verticals rounded out. Everything from unsecured self-employment lines of credit, personal lines of credit, bank cards, and property casualty. And property casualty is probably the most interesting thing because we actually will have a pure digital funnel where somebody can go bind property casualty insurance without any human intervention. They can literally shop for everything from their homeowner's insurance, their car insurance, get combined policies across 50 carriers, and at the end of that shopping experience, see how much money we save them and bind it by credit card or ACH. It's pretty impressive. And the revenue channel on that is revenue shares on initial premiums and residual revenue on renewals. At the end, slide got a little messed up, sorry. In the end, I'm really focused on what I think will be Boise's first software unicorn. This is a $13 trillion market cap. We're executing well out of the gate. And probably the secret of our secret sauce is machine learning and how we leverage the data across the mortgage transactions into these other semantic offers. It's pretty neat. We've got a great team. My CTO has been with me now through 3 exits. Well, I guess technically we sold from Bankrate to Red Ventures, so 3 exits. This is his 4th. Cheryl Adams, great CFO here locally, known to many of you, fantastic resource. And then Keith and Keith are ex-Bankraters. One of them is a 30-year attorney with great compliance background in everything that we're doing. And Keith Austin III is our sort of head of human talent. He helps us find the people that we need. I won't belay the next speaker, but I'd love to talk to some of you in the room. I'll be here through lunch. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Adam, very much. Okay, let's hear for Blue Sky again. Thank you so much. Come on, Zach, here we go. This is awesome as well. We have the next one is Pitch Aeronautics, Zach Adams.
Thanks for the opportunity to be here today. This is awesome. Do we have the clicker? Did it run off? Oh, awesome. So the most dangerous job in the United States is being an aerial inspector or maintainer. These guys climb ropes, they hang off helicopters, and they're 10 times more likely to die than a construction worker. Now, industry thought that drones would supplant these types of tasks, but it turns out they're not precise enough to stay in exactly the same inch of sky. They don't have a configuration that makes it possible to put a heavy payload in contact with an asset. So they can't detect subsurface damage or do an installation. And that's why we've designed Astria. This is a custom aerial platform specifically optimized for robotic tasks. We have an interchangeable patent-pending configuration with an interchangeable sensor arm to put that heavy tool or sensor up in contact with the asset. We can keep it there extremely precisely using a cyclorotor. This is a precision propeller that enables it to be 10 times more precise than a traditional drone. Today, those are used on tugboats to help position ships in harbors. We've got a battery that gives it 20 minutes of flight time with a full payload, and it can be swapped in an instant. And while it's a big object for meaningful industrial tasks, it needs to be, the whole thing comes apart in a couple of minutes. You can check it on the airlines and get it to the job site in a rental car. And this just isn't theory. We've built, designed, and flown this, and not only that, but demonstrated an up-close task with a full payload. This is an unprecedented capability in a $200 billion industry. In the first couple of market verticals, there's more than $1 billion of opportunity for a touch-capable drone specifically. In bridge inspections, inspectors will rappel down the side, they'll hold up a ruler to a crack, they'll measure the crack, they'll write it in a notebook, they'll write a report. We have a sensor on the front of the drone that can simultaneously measure all of the cracks there, as long as you get it within a couple of feet of the bridge. Another thing they'll do is like hit the side of it, they'll listen to see if there's like a void beneath the bridge, and then use that there's evidence of damage. We have a new sensor or active thermography that can use heat to look for those subsurface defects. Again, it's got to be close in order to work. Quantitatively measure it. In power lines, inspectors will hang off helicopters to install bird diverters. This is like a small reflector that makes them more visible to birds that are flying to help prevent them from impacting it. It costs $5,000 to $10,000 an hour to do it with a helicopter, and we're partnered with power engineers and Boise State University to be able to design a payload arm for our drone to do just that. This prevents birds from impacting the power lines and prevents power outages when they do so. We've done all this with $20,000 of friends and family money and a $300,000 Idaho iGEM grant. My co-founder, Ian, and I graduated in the top 1% of the Air Force Academy class. Ian went to England for 2 master's degrees on a Marshall Scholarship, was an acquisitions officer in the Air Force, and then a project manager. I went to Purdue to get my doctorate on a National Defense Science and Engineering Fellowship in this technology, and then became an F-15 pilot. We both have the opportunity to now transition doing this full time. We brought on David Bennett, who has 25 years of business development experience, where he's acquired more than $2 billion in government sales and 7 SBIRs and STTR government grants. And we brought a team around us that broadens our experience and complements our weaknesses so that we can do this job even better. We have a range of testing partners who are excited to test this technology in the field with them and help us push it out to meet their needs in their specific industries. Now we're looking for more partners. So come over and you can join our team to take drones from being these toys that can take video to a platform that can do robotic tasks and change the industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zach. Awesome. Pitch Aeronautics. Now we get the chance to hear from Goodbye, Carrie Fortin and Kara Oppenheimer. Here we go, guys. Here we go.
Hello. Oh, there we go. Hello. You get 2 of us this time. All right. Get the slide going. All right. I'm Kara Oppenheimer.
I'm Carrie Fortin.
And we're the founders of Goodbye. So, take you to the next slide here, hoping it works a little faster than it did for everyone. It's not. Sorry. All right. Okay. Over 70% of all U.S. online spending goes into the pockets of 15, literally 15 mega retailers. I'm the child of small business owners, and about in February of 2021, I purchased 2 Hydro Flasks on Amazon, like we all do when our kids need things for school last minute to get them to our door. I went to my parents' store, and at the point of purchase display were over 50 Hydro Flask water bottles for kids. In that moment, I had what I would call an epiphany, a spark. Essentially, that there are thousands of brands, boutiques, companies out there that carry the products that we need, we just can't see them. So because of SEO, Google's algorithm, paid spend from large mega retailers, these small businesses out there are completely invisible to us. So that alongside of this new conscious consumer that's emerged, millennials, Gen Zers, who come with this expectation of sustainable businesses being a part of their buying habits, of women-owned businesses, of black-owned businesses, of all sorts of different values that matter to them. And it's really tough and laborious and time-consuming currently to find those businesses in the moment you have that need of that Hydro Flask, right? We all end up going right to that mega retailer we know because it's just easier. So how do we make it easier to support the small businesses that we know are out there carrying the products that we want? In comes our big idea. So I text Carrie in the middle of the night one night and said, aha, I know what we need to do. Create a browser extension, just like Honey, for those who use Honey, that intercepts all of your online mega retailer shopping. You're on Target, you're on Amazon, you're on Walmart, you're wherever you like to shop, and it pops up in the corner with the exact same product option from small businesses that align with your values. And I say same, that's what we set out to build, but it's actually better because we're sourcing really unique brands with really cool products. So you can find that exact same Hydro Flask, but you can also find a sustainably made water bottle that gives back in that same search. So this over here in the visual there is just a quick screenshot of the browser extension itself. And I think one thing I just wanted to cover was also in relation to product need. There are a lot of siloed marketplaces out there, right? There are a lot of black-owned marketplaces, women-owned marketplaces, sustainable. They're all independent of each other. What they all kind of neglect to understand is that we all just have needs, and they're quick, and we need to fulfill that Hydro Flask need the moment we have it. And these curated marketplaces have very few brands and products, so they don't meet that need that Amazon does for you. So we set out to build a really comprehensive database at scale that would give you the amount of products that you want when you need them.
Yeah, so the story of Goodbye is a story of scale. You all notice we've got 19 million products from 185,000 small businesses, 1,300 of which we have given values. So American-made, veteran-owned, family-owned, LGBTQIA-owned. What matters to you, we're helping you connect with. Another really exciting thing, we've been around for less than 5 months, and we're just hitting $100,000 spent on our tool with 5,000 active users who are really devoted to Goodbye. Right now, our click-through rate is 7x that of Google Shopping. So that means these results that are popping up, as Kara promised, are not only these matches, but even better. So our ask of you all as an audience, you know, we're Boise-based because we love it here, our families are here, our roots are here, and we want to scale like crazy right here. So please, you know, I know a lot of us have our phones out right now.
Get them up.
Go to trygoodbye.com, sign up for an account. If this isn't for you, chances are there's someone in your family, at work, a kid who will be really passionate about this. So thank you all.
I'm also going to plug next week we'll be launching our mobile browser extension. Yes. So currently it's available on Chrome for desktop. It will be available on all of your devices to intercept all of your mega retailer shopping and offer you small businesses instead. So sign up. Let us know what you think.
Kara, Carrie, thanks so much. Wonderful job. Okay, now we get the opportunity to hear from Rescriptive Scott Martin. There you go, Scott.
I gave up. Good morning, everybody. Scott Martin, and I'm here to talk about my fourth company that I've launched called Rescription. Oh. There we go. Rescription, well, first of all, I live in Ketchum. I've been in healthcare my whole career. And as of late in the prescription drug space, working towards making prescription drugs less expensive for everybody in this room and elsewhere. Rescription is the latest evolution of the prior companies, and its focus is actually creating an alternative drug channel for employers to procure their prescription drugs for their employees. But I want to step back for a minute and talk about the previous company that I spent 9 years building successfully, and its focus was to work with large employers to use our technology and analytics and the disparate data fields that we're able to acquire to be able to show employers, clients like Citibank, Visa, Unilever, Campbell's Soup, the state of Vermont, Mayo Clinic, companies in all different types of industries, to show them what they can't otherwise see. And the focus was on the PBMs, which are kind of the little-known entities in the prescription drug side or your overall healthcare. If you look at your ID card, your health insurance ID card, you'll see a little logo in the corner. That'll be the PBM. They happen to be the most powerful entities in healthcare, and there's been all sorts of mergers with the health plans with them. But at the end of the day, they're the ones that are quarterbacking the drugs, so to speak, and distributing them through the system. However, what they've done and what my company proved over the last 9 years is they've taken something that should be incredibly simple and made it incredibly complex. And as you all know, there's only a few reasons to do that, none of them good for the consumer, right? And great for the PBM. You almost have to take your hat off to them with what a good job they've done in doing it. And I'd like to say with my last company, we did a hell of a job exposing it. So all of a sudden you start scratching your head and you say, well, wait a minute, there should be a better way to do this, and who better than us to do it with 9 years and hundreds of millions of data fields and evidence of what's happening. So what we've done is create Rescription, and we're not arrogant enough to think that we can solve it on our own, but we have identified over this time the fact that there are certain aligned stakeholders that have the best vested interest in both the employers and the employees as well, one of those being health systems. So the University of California Health is one that we're working with. We just signed a major health system in the state of New Jersey, and we've got about 10 current conversations going on with other health systems currently. But what we're doing is to strategically align with them for a number of reasons. The blueprint that we got out of the last 9 years with the last company showed us all the games that the PBMs are playing, how they're legally getting away with it, what it's costing the employers, and the blueprint to fix it. And when you look at the right health systems, they have prescribers, they have pharmacists, they have in-house pharmacies, they have all the infrastructure, so there's no reason to go out and recreate it. So what we've done is to partner with them. They have special pricing, and so our whole mission is to take the complexity back to the simple way that it should be. So believe it or not, when you purchase your prescriptions through a PBM, like every employer in the country has to do, you don't do it for a price. There's no price per drug. The prices are marked up. There's rebates. There's all sorts of games. We're reversing that back to the lowest price, actually making decisions off a price, having a pass-through, and the revenue that we make is on a per member per month basis, and a portion of that goes to our health system partner. So they're all of a sudden looking at it and saying, wow, this is a whole new revenue, line of revenue for us when they've just suffered through the COVID pandemic like most of us have. So it's a win-win for everybody except the PBM, and you're hard-pressed to get anybody to shed a tear for the PBM these days. So that's what we're up to. We go live January, and I'm happy to speak to any of you about it. Take care.
noticed that nobody else had notes. I feel like a little bit of a dork, but I'm going to use my notes. So, there we go. All right. Well, I'm Grant. I'm the founder and CEO of STEMforged. STEMforged is a remote educational service that brings STEM education by way of esports programs and game design programs for middle and high schools. And we do it by connecting them with a remote coach. And all of our programs are out-of-the-box solutions that are really easy for admins and schools to run. And one of the key problems that we solve for them is that we bring a good STEM program somewhere where it may be hard to maintain staff or maintain a good program. Our coaches teach, train, grade, tutor, and coach all of the students by connecting remotely into the physical classrooms or a remote classroom setting. So whether they are in person or remote, the programs are being used for in-school units, they're being used for full courses, they're being used for camps, after-school programs, and extracurricular activities. And when a school uses STEMforged, they get a surefire program complete with curriculum, IT support, the software licenses, and the assurance that no matter what their staffing situation is, they're going to be able to run a really awesome program for these kids that's exciting, is engaging, is relevant, and is an enriching experience. So my background is from out-of-school time or OST programming. I worked in a self-led makerspace where kids had access to robotics, game design, VR, drones. It was awesome. And I went over 5 years from instruction to curriculum design to management. And I taught over 1,100 students. I designed over 250 hours of project-based interactive curriculum. And I managed 6 different locations. And then when COVID hit, it presented an opportunity to deliver what we did remotely. And upon exploring that opportunity, we found that there's another much more permanent problem, which is that there's a lot of places where it's difficult to maintain staff or a qualified STEM educator or to maintain students' programs. So our remote plug-in model has been really effective in providing them a solution to that problem. And our largest program right now is, they just re-upped for another 2 years, and so their lifetime value is going to be over $250,000. So originally our program was just a solution for the students in terms of like learning loss and getting them engaged again. But, also another thing is we really heavily focus on the video game aspect. We just lean right into it because 90% of kids play video games. And then the game design side of things is an excellent multidisciplinary STEM topic. And the esports, if you haven't seen esports, Boise State has a huge esports program. There's a lot of research coming out about the benefits of a very structured esports program. But I knew that this couldn't just be a COVID response. And so we found our true niche based on that primary issue, which is rural schools. And if you think about it, rural schools don't really have the ability to go put a I shouldn't be on the next slide too, sorry, oops. Rural schools don't really have the ability to put an Indeed job out and get like a really healthy list of applicants because not everybody's just gonna move out to a small town to teach. And so what we do is we allow them to run really effective, exciting programs without needing to train or recruit new staff. So 75% of the school districts in Idaho are rural, and 50% or 57% of all the school districts in the US are rural, but it's not just a national issue. There are a lot of other schools in Canada that are having or are structured the same way. They're rural, and 83% of them have reported that their primary concern is teacher retention. So I got a minute, I'm gonna go fast. So we're not the only company that's doing the esports or game design or even remote coaching, but there are 3 things that set us apart from the others. First is other remote programs have classes where students register kind of on that schedule. We work directly with the school districts for a custom schedule that provides them with a dedicated instructor for their classroom and their students. Other esports programs focus on character building attributes. Our social emotional curriculum is embedded into all of the lessons, all of the practices, so kids are learning and applying everything that we teach immediately in their gameplay. And last is that other programs set a fixed standard with their curriculum. Ours is developed over years, and we have a very modular program that can be customized to meet learning objectives in multiple states or multiple regions. So we're at a stage right now where we're just looking for growth. We have all of our operations down really effectively, and we're ready to grow. And so I'm just looking for ambassadors who can help connect me with other decision makers in the education space. So I'll be at lunch and I'll be at Bardenay, so we'll talk.
That was awesome. Thank you so much. I think that the 7 presentations and companies we just saw gave us great insight into the innovative ecosystem that we have here in Idaho right now. So let's hear it again for those 7 companies. We have the opportunity here about a boomerang company. We call them boomerangs because they're already companies that have presented through Capital Connect, and they're doing amazing things. This company is Tackle.io, and we get the chance to be able to hear from Brian Denker and Dylan Woods. Come on, gentlemen. Let's hear it for Tackle.io. Amazing growth over the last 3 years. There you go.
Cool. Thanks, Jay. All right, so I'll start today by telling you a little bit about what Tackle is, what we do. Brian will give you a history of how we got there, and then I'll finish up real quick by telling you a little bit about our capital story and how we actually raised funds and got to the Series C that we announced in December. So Tackle is a SaaS software company. We're based here in Boise. Brian and I are both from Boise. I'm a 5th generation Idahoan. So it was really important to us to create our company here. At this point in time, we've seen over $1 billion in transactions through our system. We have over 400 customers across mainly the U.S., and we've taken 3 rounds of funding. So a lot of people ask what Tackle actually does. What my mom tells her friends is that I do computers with Amazon, which is pretty close, But for software folks, you probably know your biggest spend, your biggest line item is with the clouds. You're spending a lot on cloud infrastructure. Nobody's hosting their own infrastructure anymore. You're buying it through AWS, GCP, Azure. That's been happening for a long time, so that's not so new. But what's new is that you can actually buy software through those same cloud providers. So for a savvy CTO, they can consolidate all of their spend onto one cloud provider bill. They can negotiate much bigger discounts, and they can drive down their overall spend across the board. So we help companies do that. Our customers are sellers. So we work with ISVs at all different stages, from startups to large enterprises, to actually transact through these cloud providers. So I'll turn it over to Brian to talk a little bit about our story.
Cool. Trade you quick here. Yeah, so Dylan and I have known each other for years. We've been knowing each other for about 20 years. And we've worked through a couple startups together. We've done a bunch of stuff together. And when we kind of exited this last company that we were in around 2016, we both wanted to kind of start a new company. We wanted to do a little bit differently, right? And we wanted to start something that we actually kind of said to ourselves, can we start a company that we actually want to work at? Like the startup in the 2000s and the early 2010s, the startup was really a grind. It was really hard. There was no transparency. There was no diversity. It was just, you had to live in the Bay Area, and we were kind of like, there's got to be a better way. There's got to be something different, right? And so when we set out and kind of defined the rules and the values of Tackle, we sat down and said, what would we want it to do? We've been through 2 or 3 startups. We've had some exits. We've done some stuff, and what worked and what didn't, right? And so what we set out to be was this word that we kind of use a lot inside Tackle, is kind of being intentional. And the idea around let's be intentional about things, but not prescriptive about things. And so the idea around being intentional means like put guardrails on, put some guidelines around what you want to do, but don't tell people what to do, right? And through that whole startup world, it was frustrating to always be, told exactly what you had to do. You had to hire a certain amount of people in a certain city or a certain set of diversity or a certain, set of customers. And it's like, well, why don't we just provide guidelines and be intentional about what we're going to do, but let people make those decisions, right? And so kind of 3 or 4 guidelines we did, which were pretty exciting, I think, is we became intentionally remote, right? We didn't say, we're both from Boise, we've been here, and we didn't say we're only going to hire in Boise. We didn't say we're only going to hire outside of Boise. We just said, let's go hire the best people around the country we can. And so we were very intentional about that with our hiring managers, with our people, and we've created a company with 225 people, in about 35 states, probably, heading north to 300 this year, and I'll actually celebrate when we have an employee in all 50 states, which is really cool, right? And so we lean into that, right? And we're intentionally remote about it, but we don't force any areas. And it's been cool, right? It started with just Dylan and I in Boise. Our CEO, who's a really dear friend of ours, lives in Buffalo, New York. Our CRO lives in Bend, Oregon. I mean, our whole e-staff is distributed, which is really cool, right? But we've done a bunch of meetups here in Boise, which is cool. So as people came into Boise, they got to like it and they got to know it. It's kind of cool to be, as the two of us started and we were hiring people all over the country. Now here we are at 200 people and we have 15, 17 people in Boise. People would come here, actually, it's kind of humorous. People would come here for a meeting, they would love it, and 6 months later they're like, hey, Denker, I'm moving to Boise. I'm like, you are? Like, wow, you moved from Omaha over to Boise. Like, that's pretty cool, right? So we've got a growing group of people here, which is great. And we did the same thing with diversity, right? Diversity in tech is really tough. We didn't want to be specific about that and real prescriptive, but we wanted to be intentional. Like, let's get the biggest pool of people we can, and let's be, intentional about how we want to do it and make sure every, interview process has a diverse pool of folks. And with that, we've been able to become, company-wide 46% female, which is pretty unheard of for Silicon Valley tech stuff, right? So we have all the way up to the leadership team, to engineering managers, to across the board in all different roles, right? So we're pretty proud of that. We're trying to aim towards 50-50, but we're still trying to hire the best people we can, right? Which is cool. So, a few other things we've done is just try and be really transparent and customer-centric, right? And startups are known for, everybody being hush-hush. What did you raise money at, when, and where? And the employees think their money is kind of, monopoly money. They don't know it. So instead, within all the legal bounds, we share information with our employees. We talk about the value. We talk about the rounds. We talk about the share price and preferred price versus common. I do a quarterly talk on equity and exercising options and what that means, and ISOs and NSOs and all that stuff. And it's just like, bring the employees along with the journey and you'll have happy, exciting employees, right? If you bring them along and explain to them what you're actually trying to do here and how they can work hard to affect the share price, even though it's not public, they understand that there's value growing there, right? And that's pretty exciting for somebody in their 20s and 30s that don't know anything about that stuff. So really been intentional about trying to create a little bit of a different company, and it's been super exciting to see it grow and see where we're going. So
Try this one again.
Oh, there you go.
Okay. So in the last few minutes here, I just want to give you a quick rundown of our capital story and how and when we raised money. So we started in 2016. We bootstrapped the company by both putting in a little bit of our own money, and we were aiming to be as lean as possible. So we spent almost nothing for a long time to get started. But then within about a year, we decided to do a seed round, and we did that with a group of our friends who are investors out of Omaha. So they were able to come in and help us. Now, at that point, we were faced with a pretty difficult decision of when do we raise a Series A? Is that something we should rush out and do? We had what we felt like was a pretty good chunk of money, but what we decided was to do a convertible note before our Series A. The main reason for that is because we wanted to get to know a potential investor better, and that was Bessemer Venture Partners. So we were able to bring them in as part of our convertible note, so they weren't officially leading around, but we got to know them. They weren't on our board yet, but we were able to try them out, so to speak. And that's definitely the first thing I would recommend is if you can do that, don't rush to your A. Try to have a little tryout period in between. And we were able to make that convertible note last all the way until 2020. So in 2020 we did officially do our A with Bessemer, and that was fantastic. Now fast forward about a year from there into 2021. We were ready to go out and look for money again. But the most important thing for us at that point in time was complementing the expertise that we had on our board. Paris talked a little bit about this also, but what we found is that on our board, we were really finance heavy, really business heavy. We didn't have a great product strategy person on the board besides myself. And so with those investors that we were talking to at that time, that's the number one thing that we asked about was who would be on our board and what is their background and what can they add. We were really lucky at that time. We were able to work with Andreessen Horowitz, and we were able to bring Martin Casado on our board, who's a great product strategy mind. So second thing I'd definitely urge you to do is to think strategically about that board seat and about who can complement the skill set that you already have. We were able to pretty quickly follow up on that in less than a year with our Series C, which we did. It was split between Cotu and Andreessen. Cotu led it, but they split it half and half. And that was just announced in December. You know, the main thing that the last takeaway I tell you about that is to try not to get distracted during that fundraising process, especially at that point in time when we were raising quite a bit of money. We were raising $100 million. It's easy to let that become all-consuming. I'd say stay focused on the core business. Don't let yourself get distracted. Don't let VCs distract you. Sometimes you've got to play a little bit of hardball to say, you know, we're only spending this much time and no more. We're going to time box this so that you can continue to make sure that the business is growing during that fundraising period. And that's really where we are today. At this point, we're set for the next few years probably until we decide to hopefully maybe look at an IPO or look at the next round of funding. But we're gonna push that out for a couple of years.
Yeah, I same kind of thing. As you manage your board, the only other tidbit I would say is Dylan and I were super intentional about our board. We have a 7-person board, and we only have 3 investors, right? So we were very intentional about myself, Dylan, our CEO, and then we got 2 outside independent people that we decided, right? And so that we have investors. So investors are a super key piece of the board, but they don't run the show, right? So make sure you think about your board as you're founding a company, as you're starting. It's really easy to all of a sudden have 1 or 2 people on the board, and all of a sudden you have 5 investors, and now you're not really in control of that kind of stuff anymore. So, you know, be intentional, not prescriptive.
Thanks, Brian. Thanks, Dylan. Let's hear it again for Tackle. Awesome company that Brian and Dylan have helped grow and found. What I really is this distributive nature of talent has been amazing. What's also very interesting is that Brian came here from Chicago, and I don't know if you know where Dylan is, but Dylan grew up in rural Idaho, 5th generation, but he actually grew up in McCall, Idaho too. So we've got this, it's great, this convergence of talent and where people come from to be able to grow amazing things. We also recognize Tackle.io when they were getting their C round. We actually have recognized them in their A round. We have an initiative called 50 to the A where we're helping advance 50 companies to the A round of funding. So we've already got about 10 companies that have already grown to the A round of funding since COVID started. So I also would like to, right before we take this break, we're going to take a break, but I just recognize that we have a couple people in the audience. One of them that I didn't recognize before was the Speaker of the House, Scott Betke. Are you here? Scott, right here. Okay, thank you very much. We really appreciate the opportunity we have to be able to work with the legislature to be able to grow an innovative ecosystem in Idaho. And Scott is from the Oakley area, is that right? And we're from another rural part of Idaho, and really has helped drive a lot of innovation with us. I think he's also running for lieutenant governor, and I also have somebody else that's running here, Jeff Ayers. with District 21B. Jeff, thank you very much for being here. Anybody else running for office? Because we really want you to know how much it's important to be able to run and support Idaho with respect to the political system as well. So, no one else. All right, let's take a break. We're going to be back. We're going to have a Stage.0 with, this is going to be a fantastic opportunity to have Mike Self and Andy Scoggin on the stage. So we'll take 8 minutes. We'll be back on stage. So be back in about 8 minutes. Thank you so much. All right. Hey, you guys. All right, welcome everybody. We need to get going again. If you could please take your seats, that'd be great. All right, we have the chance, you guys, to hear probably some most exciting things taking place. So let's get back to our seats. Thank you. Paul and Blake. Blake, Hanson, and Paul. Calling out. I know. Yeah, here we go. You got it? Come on, here we go, guys. Blake, how we doing? All right, everybody, we're going to start with Stage.0. This is a great opportunity to hear some things, but right before we do it, we're doing our first drawing. Yeah, you want to do it? Let's grab one of these. There we go. It should be on. There we go.
Check. Mic, check. Check.
They're done doing a good job. All right, here we go.
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, the show is about to begin.
Wow, Greg Irwin, this is here for Greg. All right, really quickly, you guys, while we can come in off this break, we have the Tech CU has been donated drawings for us. So everybody that's registered here will have a drawing. Sorry about that. We'll have a drawing, and in this drawing will be which one? What do we have first, Moshe?
Apple Watch, courtesy of our friends at Tech CU.
Series 6 Apple Watch, and if you go to Tech CU, you can do you can go ahead and scan in their QR code and find out more information about things that are going on. So please do that. But right now, all I get to do right now is press on this. I'm going to have Moshe do it right here.
Okay.
Moshe's going to have the magic finger right here.
That's right.
And it's actually a spinning wheel. It's taking, and the name that's coming up right now. Oh, no way. Mick Wiskerson. Where are you, Mick? Mick, come on up and get here you go. Okay, hold it. Mick, where are you? I want to see where you are, first of all. Is he here? I'll take it for him. Mick, you got to be here. That's part of the rule. Is he not here? Mick Wiskerson, going once, going twice. Mick, you're not here, so let's go to the next one.
Okay.
Sorry, Mick. This is... Nick Miller. Nick Miller, please come up. Where are you, Nick? Yes, Venture College. Nick, you can go and get it right over here. Nick, let's hear for Nick Miller from the Venture College. All right. We go. Thanks everybody for getting back from the break. We have the chance to hear one of the most revolutionary things that have actually changed capital and the magic of capital in our valley right now and in Idaho has been Stage.0. And Mike Self and Andy Scoggin are going to talk about that right now. Let's hear it for Andy and Mike. Make sure these are turned on. And careful the water. Thanks, guys.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, Jay. Thank you to Jay's staff. Thanks, Jeet, our chairman of the board, and all of you. I mean, I've looked around this room for the last hour plus and have seen people who have been for decades and continue to change lives and trajectories of businesses and nonprofits and government here in this state, and you're taking out the time to be here and hear about what's coming, and we really are impressed by that. And so we're going to give you just a little insight into what I would say is one of our real leading thinkers on capital with tremendous amount of background and experience in this state, who chose to come to this state and bring his business here, and that is Mike Self to my left. So Mike is the managing partner of Stage.0. I happen to have the good fortune of being one of his partners, and we've been working for the last couple of years together on really figuring out where we can help a little bit to take this ecosystem tremendous ideas and tremendous people to the next stage. And so I'll start with this, and then we're going to go to Mike. Stage.0. I tell people Stage.0, and go, the interesting name. Most of you probably get it, but those that don't, I explained to them that, companies, a lot of times we see version 1, version 2, version 13, version 21. What's version 0? That's when the idea is there, but you need the help to get to your first stage. And that's where Mike and his original partner came up with the idea that somebody really needs to take that seriously and create a plan and an ability to work with companies in that. So let's start with Mike. And Mike, just so people can understand, you've got a tremendous background in my mind. One of the strongest backgrounds I've dealt with in terms of finance and capital and working with companies at all different stages of their maturity. So maybe I can get you to tell this group and me a little bit about how you came to the point where you are, going back to what'd you study, and then what'd you do out of college, and then how did that get you to here?
Sure. Thank you, Jay and ITC, for having us. First of all, I didn't study marketing because we filed for the name of the venture fund, and we started telling people that the name was Stage.0, and the one word you don't want to have in a venture fund is zero. And that's how we ended up with O, because we had already bought the website. So I
love the name.
Yeah. So SDO works as well. We've kind of evolved to that. But I wanted to be a college basketball coach, and graduated from the University of Washington with a bunch of student loans, and figured out that was a tough path to take. And so my sister was working on Wall Street at the time, and I visited her in New York City, and it was a Monday, and I was walking around, and I looked, I'm like, there's more going on in New York City on a Monday than New Year's Eve in Seattle, and I need to be here. And I just felt there was this energy about it. And so I actually started working on a trading desk, equity trading desk in New York for a technology firm out of San Francisco, a technology investment bank called Hambrecht & Quist. And Bill Hambrecht and George Quist were two of the original VCs running around Silicon Valley writing checks to guys like Steve Jobs. And they literally started an investment bank because the big investment banks in New York wouldn't bring technology companies public. So E.F. Hutton would not bring Apple public. And so they started their own investment bank. And so I was fortunate enough to work for them and started in the 90s, which was great timing. Ended up moving out to San Francisco, the mothership, kind of right around the first tech boom. And so I can talk about a lot of companies that went to zero that got brought public too, but for folklore, we brought Amazon public. I thought it was the dumbest idea ever. I'm like, you can go down the road to Barnes & Noble and buy a book. And, but that was back when it, dial-up, it took forever to even get on the internet. Some of you might remember that. And so it was a great working experience because, we just saw entrepreneurs at really early stages. And at that time in the market, companies came public really at where, a company like Tackle just did their Series A or Series B, right? They would have, in the late 90s, they would have gone public, or a Plextrack would have gone public. And so it was just a great window into the world of entrepreneurship and banking at the same time, and funding. So we ended up getting rolled up into JP Morgan, and that just wasn't the right environment for me. The dividend check and the meetings in the middle of the day, it wasn't a great fit. And so I moved back to Seattle and started a small cap hedge fund, and basically invested in entrepreneurs, and that worked great in the public markets because there were $100 million market cap software companies in the public market. Sarbanes-Oxley kicked in. Venture funds decided, well, let's just keep companies private longer, and companies went public later, and so the private market got much bigger. And so as that happened, we ended up evolving into venture. So kind of been doing the same thing for about 25 or 30 years, just in kind of some different capacities based on what the environment is.
Thanks, Mike. Great background, and that kind of takes us to, you said you kind of evolved into working with early stage companies. So Stage.0, how did that start, and how did it get to where it is today?
So the co-founder at Stage.0, Devin Wade, who's the founder of Crave, we grew up together playing basketball, and he was a 5-time VC-backed entrepreneur, and so we had started doing some co-investing together, and one day I was still living in Seattle at the time, and he took me out for lunch and said, look, we're going to run into a problem here. We're going to keep writing checks, kind of at commercialization, but these Series A fundings are starting to get pushed farther out. And for a Series A funding it's a big milestone because there tends to be a lot of institutional capital either at the Series A or beyond that, so you really get a chance to be able to grow a business, and so it de-risks that investment. And so Devin had convinced me, by the time we had ordered our salads that we should do something about that. And so, by the time he paid the bill, I guess I was a venture capitalist. We were like kind of protecting our own portfolio. And then we figured out that kind of our combined skill sets was starting to be value added to our portfolio. Some outside people wanted to give us money, and then that was our first fund. So that was kind of the evolution of it. And then I'm sure like many folks in the room, it takes a little while to figure out, what lane you're supposed to be in. And I feel like,
Talk a little bit about that first fund and where it's at, what it looks like today, and how many years are you in?
Yeah, so, it was a little bit rolling because it started with our personal investments. So I look at 2017 as the first year of it. And so, I had 2 acquisitions, 2 Series Bs, 2 Series A's, with a third one hopefully here in short order.
And was there a filter that they had to be in a certain geography, they had to be in a certain vertical, they had to be in a certain industry, or how did you look at that first fund?
Yeah, our first fund was, we call it geographically agnostic. I wouldn't do that again. The airlines loved us. We invested from Seattle to London. And really, we were just like, well, this is our capital. We're going to look for the best ideas, and we don't care where they're at. And we were actually really starting to be drawn towards entrepreneurs that weren't in big tech hubs. And there's some value to being in those ecosystems. There's a lot of talent, et cetera. You can also, depending on the situation, you can find the level of hubris is a little bit higher as well. And so we kind of were attracted to more grittier entrepreneurs, I guess would be a good way to say it. And so we ended up in a lot of different cities, and really we started out just looking for the best ideas. And I think one of the things that we figured out for our model and what we were trying to provide around company building was entrepreneurs that had deep domain expertise were finding real value in what we were providing. So they really knew an industry really well, really frustrated about the pain points, saw a big opportunity to build a business, but had never built a business before. So we look for entrepreneurs that will always know way more about what they're trying to solve than we will, and we try and fill those gaps in. So we call it kind of a big giant bear hug.
Exactly. So your model, even beginning, was not to say, hey, let's go sprinkle money and see what grows. And there are some that do that, and some have been successful, I'm sure, with that. But your model from day one was, what do we bring in addition to capital? And when you talk about bear hug, what does that look like to an entrepreneur that gets Stage.0 capital?
Yeah, it's a really, we look at that as a really long business relationship when we write a first check. So, our conversations, which, you've heard, are like, are we right for this entrepreneur, and is this entrepreneur or team of entrepreneurs right for us, over the next 8 years? And so, that's a question you got to think about. That takes a lot of meetings. We try and move really fast through that process. But it's a dance partner, and you got to be able to dance, really on a day-to-day basis, because especially early on, I like to say that I think companies are built, especially at ideation, on 1,000 10-minute conversations, not 10 1,000-minute conversations. And so, that we're not right for everybody. And so I think we're probably hardest on ourselves, in trying to figure out, geez, are we really going to be Capital Plus, or do we just think that this entrepreneur is awesome, but we really can't provide the value that we would need to de-risk it for ourselves. And we just don't look for that many investments per fund, right? It's 10 to 12 investments, where most people that operate in our ecosystem, is looking anywhere kind of in that 30 to 50 range. Anything above that is really spray and pray, where you're really just, you're writing a bunch of small checks. And not that there's anything wrong with that, it's just not how we do it. We're more intimately
And that's
involved.
where I want to take you. So you've talked about how do you get to find that relationship, bring them in. Once they're in the fold, once you've got a portfolio company, do they hear from you once every 6 months? You have a sit down and grill them, or do they hear from you a little bit more often, like daily?
Yeah, they hear from us a lot. But it's...
And reach out to us a lot. But I mean, it's just a very interactive relationship is what I'm trying to get to, if you can kind of give some a sense of what that means.
Yeah, I mean, I would... so typically when we first start talking to an entrepreneur about our model, they're a little taken aback, like, okay, I have to have a meeting with you every week. And we're like, yeah, it's an hour. It might take 5 minutes, it might take an hour and 20 minutes, but we're on the books an hour every week. And then, so we kind of have to explain that, and we've been doing it long enough now, at least, where we can just say, look, just go talk to our other entrepreneurs. And we don't do that because we're trying to be adversarial. It's just that we've seen entrepreneurs be successful, and how hard it is out of the chute, and how many decisions that have to be made. And if we're really going to give a big giant bear hug, we got to be there. And if you don't set that weekly meeting, all of a sudden things go on, and then decisions are made, and that's just kind of a touch point. And typically what happens by like the third week that we're involved with an entrepreneur, they're calling us probably 4 times a week outside of the meeting, sometimes on weekends, sometimes 10 o'clock at night, completely freaked out about something. Goodbye is one of our portfolio companies. They presented here. We had a meeting this morning. We had our weekly meeting this morning. They got off the stage, and we talked for 10 minutes out there about a couple of things I emailed that came through that we were waiting on. So we were right out there for 7 minutes, and then we'll go back to the office, and we may talk to them again. Whatever it may be, it's more fluid, and it's a more concentrated approach, but for us it works. And so...
And what I found, because I've been learning this whole VC world the last 2 years from masters of this universe, Mike and Matt Popolo, also are sitting right up here in front of another general partner. And when I sit in meetings with them, with you guys, with portfolio companies, I mean, so much because you're, and I'm trying to have that same experience, but so close to the day-to-day that there's not a lot of bringing you up to speed. And Matt pulls out his spreadsheet, and he knows intimately everything about what they're trying to achieve and accomplish, and that support changes, I think, their trajectory because of how you've built this concept. And now this is fun too, which we're going to talk about in a second. But what it also does is that when you're not talking to them, I've learned that you're talking to other venture capital firms around the country who want to find out what's going on in Idaho, and want to know, should we be coming in on a Series A? Want to know, where your company is at this point, at that point, and what they're running into, and who's hungry for that out there, et cetera. And because of how deeply this model creates a knowledge base of what's going on with those portfolio companies, when you're talking to those Series A folks, you're representing that entrepreneur incredibly well, and you can also act as the filter for this portfolio company by saying, hey, that VC firm, probably great fit for someone else, probably not going to be the great fit here, but I know two that would be, and start to make those introductions early enough on that stage 0 prepares them for that Series A, et cetera. So I think that's I don't know if it's unique. It's unique from what I've been able to see. I think it makes a tremendous amount of sense. I want to jump to why Idaho. So your first fund, geographically agnostic, you can go anywhere, find best ideas. Then you end up saying, hey, we're going to raise another fund, $50 million fund, and we're going to do it in Idaho. You didn't even live in Idaho at the time. You lived in Seattle. Devin wasn't in Idaho. Matt wasn't in Idaho. But what were you looking for that this fit criteria of?
Yeah, we got sick of writing checks on big tech ecosystems. It was really kind of how it started. And we were like, look, we can't get companies from point A to point B the way as efficient as we wanted to do it without over diluting the entrepreneurs. And for us, that's a really big thing. So we're not in the business of taking too much of a company from an entrepreneur, because eventually, you take too much of the pie and then you own all the company, and then you don't have anybody to run it. And we also just think that that's disingenuous. And so we just started running the numbers of what it takes to get to that Series A. And we're like, well, this isn't going to work. And so we were enamored with the Mountain West. I think some of it went back to, in the late 90s when I worked for Hamberton Quist, we were bringing some of the first software companies public out of Salt Lake. And so I knew kind of the talent base that was here and the ability to be able to grow companies. And so we kind of went out looking, and I say, well, let's look at, what places we can go and plant and help build an ecosystem. And so, my brother's lived here for a long time. He's the chief administrative officer at St. Luke's. And so I had visited Idaho, and when I was a young boy, I would always go to Coeur d'Alene. So I knew what Idaho had. And when we came to visit Boise, we just really never went and visited another ecosystem, because we just thought, geez, this, the talent of people that are here, the work ethic, geographically where Boise is, the stable business environment, the things that were really starting to matter to be able to be a part of growing a tech ecosystem, and then the organizations that were were already here in place, ITC, and I can go on and on and on. You guys know the names. We found that to be unique. And then I think we also looked at our model and said, well, geez, what we do could be really value added, to the ecosystem. So we didn't want to come somewhere and just be, if we had the opportunity to just be another seed Series A fund. If we could come and help build something with longevity that 20 years from now, people say, you remember when Boise was a flyover city and blah, 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 all those things that were said 5 or 6 or 7 years ago. And, to be a part of that, I think for where we were at in our career, we thought that would be a pretty good 20-year mic drop. So, that was it. And then geographically, I just think when you look at Seattle, the Bay Area, Salt Lake City, if you were going to start a tech ecosystem, I'm not sure you pick another city than Boise, even if it didn't have all the things going for it, just from a geographical standpoint.
Excellent.
So
yeah,
that's why we're here.
And your thesis, and that's going back a few years ago, is being proved out. And I'll hit 3 points. I've got a last question, and we got to wrap. But point one, this fund, which was your second fund, fully funded. We've got 9 portfolio companies now.
10. Yep.
10 portfolio companies, fully funded. They're all moving forward. It's a very exciting time for this fund. I'm sure that there's yet more to come for Stage.0 and a lot more to come. So, Mike, with your crystal ball, 25 to 30 years behind you, and hopefully that plus ahead of you, what should venture capital folks be expecting is going to be the future of businesses in ecosystems, and what do you start looking for in terms of, I think that's where we should be investing, because that's happening.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Tackle talked about it, about distributed workforces. So in 2018, it was where are the entrepreneurs, where are the founders at, and that's where we're going to grow the company. I would argue over the next 10 to 20 years, it's going to be where are the clusters of talent, where are they at, right? And I think that there's going to be those clusters of people that are going to move from company to company to company. So, hey, we need to support our entrepreneurs here. We have physical presence here for a reason, but a big part of talking about where Idaho ends up on the global venture stage will be these clusters of people that are starting. I mean, I see it like in some of our companies, that are completely distributed. We have one of our companies has 30 people in Boulder, Colorado. And I was like, well, how do we end up with 30 people in Boulder, Colorado? They're like, we hired one person and they brought 29. And I'm like, all right, I guess we're a Boulder, Colorado partial company now. And so I think that that's going to happen. So when we look at, what does Idaho need to do? It really, and we talk about talent, it's not the talent with the entrepreneurs. It's the talent with BDRs and salespeople. It's not just engineers. It's kind of across the board. And what can we do in conjunction with this university and the other universities in the state to really start people that move here from California to go to school, how do we keep them here? How do we create those clusters so that we continue to be relevant with companies? So I think over time, statistics will start to show, well, how many, out of the labor force, what's the percentage of people that are and, what's the level of paying jobs and what is the ecosystem doing to support that mindset? A portion of that is supporting entrepreneurs. A bigger portion of that is going to be the education in the ecosystem and the mentoring and these events and things that go on at Trail. All those things are going to really, really, really matter, in my opinion. Really quick, Andy, we have a search for one of our later stage companies for a CFO. And it's like the CFO is going to get paid a number, right? So the fee's big, talking with some big national firms. And ideally, the company would want the CFO in Seattle. And the big national firms across the board said, we won't take the search if you put a specific location on it. We're putting Seattle, Washington on it, right? We're not putting Des Moines, Iowa. Are you sure? They're like, we won't take the search. So, and I think the toothpaste is out of the tube on that. I really don't think it's going back. Yeah, so.
Yeah, so clusters of businesses and like-minded entities are going to be building these ecosystems across the country, and we need our share of it, and we got to do it by doing things like this. And as someone who's fortunate to be involved in capital and building businesses, I think we see that there are those, and a lot of you in this room are part of it, that are invested in seeing where this goes next. And I just want to really make sure you all look at these sponsors. These, you read every one of these and you say, these are the ones that are thinking forward and building and innovating and changing. And especially, I got to mention our two presenting sponsors, Alturas, Blake Hansen. These guys do a great job. Allison Wilson Sonsini. I started my career in San Francisco 30 years plus ago, 35 years ago, and Wilson Sonsini was the tech law firm, and it's great to have them here as well. So we've got momentum. We got exciting things happening. We're grateful to be a part of that, Stage.0, and a lot of you are going to be changing this world in the next 20 years to make sure our kids and our grandkids can have a great place to live and work and grow things as well. So thanks for giving us a few minutes.
Awesome. Thanks, Andy. All right, so let's hear it again for Mike and Andy. Matt, thanks so much for coming through on this. I think that what you're finding, I remember a couple years before the pandemic, where we got together with Mike, and one thing that I heard from Mike was he said, we got to build something here. This is a fantastic ecosystem, but it needs to be able to look outside and how you can build things and bring multiple parts in. So this distributed model, again, it was what Mike was talking about. He also said, we should do something too called 50 to the A. We need to advance 50 companies to the A round of funding as fast as we possibly can. Because the faster we do that, that means we're taking these early stage companies that are advancing through, like Gather, all these other ones that have been amazing, and we take them through this ecosystem, and then those are the ones that become the Clearwaters, the Cradle Points, the Counts, the Truckstop.coms that are employing and getting sold for billions of dollars, right? So It's great to see this ecosystem growing and thriving, and we really appreciate what Stage.O has done to make that happen. Now we get the opportunity to keep this thing rocking because we're going to start going through the next part of our pitch competitions, the 5-minute ones, and these ones are awesome as well. We get the chance to be able to have melt. Okay, just really quickly, whenever we use the clicker, let's make sure we point it back up here, back to the room where it's going. That's just, and that should help the clicking opportunity, right? But on the stage right now, we get the chance to be able to have Scott Fisher from Melt coming on. And after Scott, on deck will be Soil Tech and Ishan Sultan. So let's go ahead. Here for Scott Fisher, Melt.
So great to be here. I have to take a minute and thank Jay. What we have now, wasn't here 10 years ago. It was the Wild West, and rugged individualism was the extreme in Boise. So give a hand for Jay and Idaho Capital Network. What an outstanding group. Okay, let's talk about food. Let's switch it up a little bit. Here we go. Believe in better. That's what our team does. Right here in Boise, Idaho, we manufacture non-dairy plant-based butter and cheese in Caldwell. And the company's been doing that for about 10 years. What we like to do is try to find ways to make food that we all love, like butter and like cheese, better than it was in its original form. And I think we've done that with butter. Do you know, today we're solving a problem, helping to solve that problem. 82%, imagine that, of the adults in the United States are overweight. Heck, I'm overweight. 82%. And that's not an opinion, that's a medical fact. We're doing our part to find ways to make food better, more nutritious, better for you, and then along the way, food that's also a little easier on this old planet, which I understand needs a little help. So our mission is to inspire you to be better, starting with the food on your plate, and we started doing that with butter. So, where were we? In 2018, we restarted Melt. There were a lot of opportunities that just weren't being taken advantage of. That's the tub on the left from 2018. The butter tasted a little bit like coconut. It was in a package that didn't scream out, "I'm natural." Looked more like a cross between Cool Whip and Sara Lee. We weren't getting the traction on the shelf. We did have an opportunity to come in, so I hired a new group. Vice President of Merchandising from Albertsons, the former COO of Garden Burger, the very first non-meat burger, a gentleman who spent 20 years at Kellogg. We talked to consumers nonstop about what they liked and what they didn't like, about food, about non-dairy cheese and butter, and about Melt. And what we found out was people loved our company in spite of the fact it tasted like coconut. But people wanted to see a message that looked a little more natural. And after hundreds of conversations, we came up with a brand that allowed us to develop that package on the right that is called Butter Made from Plants, to be very clear that this is not dairy. We've got lots of great dairy farmers in the state of Idaho. It is butter made from a plant. So it's been 3 years since we created that butter and got it out. In the 3 years prior, the average growth rate at Melt was 7% and 61% in the 3 years after. That's a great team effort. 3, that's the number of SKUs we had on the shelf when I started. We actually had 5, but 2 were literally not selling. They're some of my favorite, honey and chocolate. They weren't selling. We had to cut it down. Now we have 8. We have 4 butter SKUs and 4 spreadable cheese SKUs. I'll tell you more about it. We've gone from 5,000 stores to 10,000. We're in Albertsons. Thank you very much, Albertsons. Any Albertsons people out there? Safeway, Natural Grocers. Of course, we're in your local co-op, and we're in local co-ops across the country. We're in 10,000 stores across the United States and Canada. One more thing I guess I'd say is we're really proud of margins. We started out at 32%. We're at 53%. So we're growing. Here's the fun part. Now we're making cheese, plant-based cheese. Do you know how many flavors butter comes in? 1, butter. We can make cheese. So we're going to have fun advertising. We're going to have fun getting cheese out there. We want you to join us. We are raising money. We're starting a round where we're going to raise somewhere between $3 and $4 million. We've got a fantastic team that's going to help us put that money to work. If you're interested in what we're doing, give me a shout. I'm going to be here all day. Thank you very much.
So, okay, here we go. To Soil Tech, all the way from, I was going to say American Falls, but I know it's not. It's Rupert, Idaho. Let's hear it.
I don't have enough hands to manage everything I've got, sorry. Hi, I'm Ehsan Sultan, founder of Soil Tech Wireless. We're an ag tech company based in Rupert, Idaho. So I'm not used to presenting to so many people in the room or dealing with technology, apparently. Okay. I don't think it works. Oh, wow, look at that. Okay, now I can present my product. So Soil Tech is a complete farm management solution that can uniquely travel throughout the whole agriculture supply chain. We provide meaningful insights along every step of the way, from soil right through to processing. And this, in my hand, is at the core of what we do, and I'm going to put it down now because it's heavy. It's a wireless moisture, temperature, humidity, GPS, and crop damage sensor. It can be buried under the soil, where it's going to report variables to help farmers improve their bottom line. It can be placed onto a truck, it can be placed into storage, and it can uniquely be harvested, and that's something I hope we'll get onto in a second. And beyond that, we've simplified the way in which the data is collected and presented to growers. Growers are not tech agnostic, they're tech impatient. They have no time in their day to sift through information. So making it as simple as possible for them to glean information from is very important to us. And of course, the most important thing we've done is made it cost effective. The product that we have today sits at maybe 50% of the cost of our competitors and can be placed throughout the whole operation of all the growers that we work with. And we are very, very proud of our grassroots development. This product was born directly out of concerns voiced by growers. To date, and this is going to change in a couple weeks, but to date, my only investors are 3 farmers from southern Idaho, 3 very progressive potato farmers who told us what was lacking, told us what needed to be done in technology for them to gain value from it and for them to truly want to deploy the product. So hopefully this works, and I hope that the sound is not too loud. But what you're seeing here is something I alluded to before. Our product is robust enough to be harvested directly out of the ground. That's a first. And it's not just a plus that it's robust enough, but we're actually providing critical information throughout this whole process. We are indicating every bump, bruise, and potential damage that's inflicted to crops during mechanized harvest. Growers can do a great job throughout the season, but it can all be ruined in a split second during harvest. So we provide them with the information and insights to determine whether or not they're susceptible to cause damage. So that manifests as disease, but also it reduces the return the grower gets if they deliver a bruised crop to a processor. So this is something that I show not just to potato growers. I show it to every grower because they're sick and tired of technology that they have to farm around and they have to kind of baby. So this demonstrates truly what our device is capable of. And so in addition to growers, we're working with some of the largest ag companies in the world. Every dot on the map there is one of our sensors. And if you zoom in, there's usually more. So in addition to providing value to growers, we're collaborating with processors, input companies, and agronomists. They use our device to provide more collaboration with growers, to verify efficacy of their own product, and to gain traceability insights that's going to help them to meet their sustainability goals that they've all very publicly announced. Come on. Okay, so this slide kind of summarizes the benefits we provide not only to the grower but to the processor. We help optimize water consumption, and that's not always about saving water, it's about putting the right amount on and demonstrating that you need more. We help to reduce operational costs by providing a bird's eye view of a farmer's complete operation. We help to reduce crop damage, which increases the grower's bottom line, and we provide end-to-end traceability, which is helping to contribute to sustainability initiatives globally. So I'd like to thank Altura specifically for the invitation today, and Idaho for being such a great place to develop a company. We have very willing growers who collaborate and want to see change, and we're really proud to be here. So thank you very much.
Come on now. Okay, Soil Tech, thank you very much, Ishan. Wonderful job. Revenate, Gabe Blanchett.
Oh. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having me and letting me share the Revenate story with you all. My name's Gabe. Thank you, Jay. This is my second company. My first one I exited 4 years ago, and then I moved to Boise, Idaho. I was lucky when I got here to buy 2 houses, for those of you who know what 4 years ago was like. And I renovated those houses. I swung a hammer myself, which was really fun and gratifying. I'm more of a mechanical and software engineer by background. But I also started working with some really great contractors. Now, I got to know these contractors because I wanted to do some of the work. So I got to know them really well. Out of the 2 businesses, one was running $500,000 a year, so a $500,000 a year business. The other one was running a $2 million a year business. So these are substantial businesses. I was really, really proud to work with them and get to know them. Both of them had wives running their books, and they spent all day, 5 days a week at least, on the job sites. They both grew up in the trades. One was a carpenter and then wanted to grow and expand and do full remodels. And one was a plumber and had started picking up new build work as well as a general contractor. The commonality here is that they didn't want to be sitting in front of a computer. They didn't want to learn new technology. They did want to grow successful businesses that could provide meaningful work for them and their families. I realized that I wanted to help these folks. I put together a team working with a guy named Paul, a B2B sales expert I'd known. He's built several businesses from 0 to tens of millions in revenue. And then Jefferson, who I knew at MIT, and then he became a general contractor and did over 200 remodels. These are my co-founders. We embarked on a year of learning. Thanks to some angel investors who are in this room, we raised about $300,000 in August of last year, with the goal of learning what life was really like for these general contractors. We worked on 26 remodels. We scoped over $2.2 million worth of remodels, and then we have already processed over $600,000 of payments for those remodels. We did a lot. We did scoping, we did cost estimation, we did architectural design, we did invoicing, we managed liens, for those who know what those are, and we bought homeowner leads off of Angie's Thumbtack Porch House, Angie, et cetera. So we really just wanted to do everything that wasn't actually on the job site. We wanted to understand what a day in the life was like for these contractors. And if I mention it, we worked just with 2 contractors for the past year. Keep it simple. We mapped out 63 ways that we could improve these contractors' lives with software. But every time that we started actually developing software, we ran into a similar issue. They didn't want to adopt it. The reality is, out of the 36,000 general contractors in the US, these small, medium-sized businesses that focus on home renovations specifically, only 18% of them, 1 in 5, uses a project management tool. From my background, and probably many of yours, that's crazy. These people are running complicated businesses, so many stakeholders, payments, et cetera, and they're not managing it with software. We've had 2 light bulbs over the past few months. The first is when one general contractor realized he had under-invoiced one of his remodel clients by $86,000 before we got involved last year. The second was a contractor who told us that he does use QuickBooks, the other one doesn't, but the least favorite part of his week is actually setting up invoices. So that was light bulb moment number 1, is that in this massive market, payment options are manual, they've got low limits, and they're slow. Contractors they care about money, but the solutions they've got to actually get paid when work is completed are super limited. Light bulb number 2 was when we started working with Loan Depot for a 203K renovation loan. For these loans, essentially Loan Depot does about $10,000 a year. They send out this type of spreadsheet for the scope of work and, over time, verification that work's complete. This is a compelling use case. What we've built is a smart, what we're building and we'll release in about 2 months to 10 more general contractors, is a smart contract. It's got to be easier to use than Venmo for contractors. For homeowners, it's got to provide a compelling feed that shows everything that happens in the remodel. And for banks, it's got to provide a detailed ledger of all the progress and transactions. We believe this is the way to crack the code to actually get software that contractors will use and will adopt. What we've seen from our 2 contractors is that we've got roughly 36, per contractor, we get about 18 other users that we're working with manually now onto this platform. You can see how we can digitizing an analog industry using payments as a wedge. So we're building purpose-built software for small, medium-sized contractors across the country in order to benefit the income, productivity, and perception of these skilled tradespeople that build around the world. Again, my name is Gabe. The company name is Revenate, and I'll be over at that table all day. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Gabe. Appreciate leaving the clicker. Thank you. Now up right now is TerraClear. So let's go ahead and hear it for Trevor Thompson with TerraClear. He came in from Grangeville? Seattle today. Thanks, Trevor. Thank you.
I came in from Seattle. Hi. My colleague over there, Heidi Lindsley, a Boise native and BSU grad, came in from Grangeville. So we're TerraClear, and this is our ROI slide for our customers. It's a joke. It's rocks. Nobody likes to pick up rocks. And we're automating the worst jobs in farming. And we're starting with rocks. So this is a problem that persists around the world. It's a recurring problem, and as is this clicker. There we go. So this is a picture here of the founder's sister. And if you've ever farmed or picked up rocks by hand, you know what's going on here. This is a combine or a harvester going through the field in the fall. So, grabbing all the potential revenue, all the hard work of the year is reaped during this period, and it's stopped in its tracks but the rock. So in this case, a rock that hit the header, broke the sickle, takes 15, 20 minutes to change, and you toss the rock off. This problem's, goes on year after year in this sort of magical event, which is rocks that rise to the surface through tillage and a thing called frost heave. And so our founder, a guy named Brent Fry, came to this problem one day. He grew up in Grangeville, Idaho, as a farm kid and had picked rock his whole life, left, started a couple technology companies, software companies, both of which went public, big successes. The second of which was a company called Smartsheet, which is still going on in Bellevue, Washington. And so anyway, he was home helping his family in the farm during August, during the harvest, and they sent him to do the job that nobody else wanted to do, which was picking rocks by hand. And so as he continued to do this, he thought, man, this is the same way that I solved this problem as a child. With all the automation, how has this thing not been solved? And then add to it, when you see his 83-year-old dad lean over to pick up a rock, he thought this has got to be solved. And it really fit the thesis of the companies that he'd started in the past, which was a giant market with no good solution. And rock picking, there's a lot of mechanical solutions out there that are really largely designed for smaller farms with more labor. And so as farms have scaled and the labor constraints are very present, obviously, in rural areas, we needed a solution that was far more efficient. So he went and got a bunch of the smartest engineers that he knew in the Seattle area. Our process is to whiteboard something, build it, get it in the field, beat it up, and then get it in front of farmers and continue that cycle over and over again. And so I will spend the best of my time focused on the actual products that we've developed. So the first is, on the left here, you see a map with a bunch of dots, which I'll explain. And on the right is our rock picker. So we initially set out with an autonomous tool, and we were demonstrating it for farmers. And what we heard time and time again was, while you're working on optimizing that, just sell me that thing with a joystick. And so we listened to the customers, and we've been selling those now in 10 different states and in Canada. And it's an attachment that fits on a tractor or a skid steer CTL, and really has changed the way that people pick rocks. Rather than digging through the ground, you're able to selectively grab each rock. On the left side is a map. And so we fly with the drone, take pictures of the entire field, and then use artificial intelligence and computer vision to identify all the rocks in the field, something that a human would never be able to do. And so in this case, this is a Montana farmer who's farming wheat on this field, and it's about 575 acres, and he's got 2,500 rocks that are 8 inches and bigger. But obviously he's not going to go pick all those rocks, so he says, well, can you just tell me where the 10-inch rocks are that I care about? And so through that, we're able to distinguish by size how these rocks, where these rocks are, and give it to a farm operator to travel through the field and solve the problem with a degree of efficiency that was never possible. And if he says, you know what, I just need to pick the 12 inches because I'm in a hurry in a year like this where planting's coming a bit later, and you see you can grab 105 rocks in a 575-acre field, something you could never do with the human eye. You can also click on one of the rocks and see, yep, that's definitely the one that I grabbed. This is an Iowa farm, a little bit less dense. Let's say 195-acre soybean field. You've got 64 total rocks, and you can see the value of only seeing the rocks that matter, and then you travel path. So look at how far that traveled path is versus combing that entire field. So now I'll show very quickly the actual rock picker in action. You can see over at our booth lots of rock picker footage, but that's the gist of it. It's opposing tracks that dig down and grab just the rock, leaving the soil in place. Allow you to pick buried rocks up to 26, 30 inches of all sorts. So next step for us, we raised a Series A last spring with Madrona Venture Group as our lead out of Seattle. And really it comes down to growth now. How do we get this into more places and work with strategics and dealership groups to get our products in the market today? And then the majority of our engineering is really focused on autonomy and bringing what is now a novel solution and pulling the human out of the cab ultimately. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Trevor, for a wonderful presentation. We now get the chance to be able to hear about rocks. I just had to say it. No idea why. All right, so Chatterquint, Christian Perry coming up right now, and let's hear for Christian.
Thank you so much for having me today. Hi, my name is Christian Perry. I'm one of the founders and current CEO of Chatterquant, the fintech leader in social monitoring. Robinhood traders alone account for 10% of daily stock market movement. An ASIC survey found last year that 33% of 18 to 21-year-olds followed a social media influencer. Almost 2/3 of those surveyed said they've actually changed their financial behavior as a result of what these social influencers posted. Most people are familiar with what happened with stocks like GameStop and AMC. They rallied thousands of percentage points solely based on what was being discussed on social media platforms like Reddit and Twitter. But what most people don't know is movements like this occur, albeit on a smaller scale, multiple times every single week. But no one person is able to manually comb through hundreds of millions of posts and tweets a day and extract actionable insights off of that much data. My business partner and I first started ChatterQuant back in February of last year. I'd been trading with social sentiment for several months and was consistently making profitable trades. One day, we decided to utilize his extensive background in computer science and natural language processing to build a very rudimentary scraping tool for stock discussion on Twitter. And we used that data to influence our trades for the coming week, and we're incredibly successful with it. We quickly realized the value as well as the lack of availability of this type of data and decided to begin sharing it to my personal social media account. That account exploded, and we picked up over 10,000 followers within the first month, and at this point, we knew we were onto something. We began to productize this data and offer it to everyday retail traders, and have been able to generate over $400,000 in revenue since September of last year. As our tools and capabilities have continued to advance, we noticed a massive unfilled need for quality data on the institutional side of the finance space, and we believe ChatterQuant is able to fill that need. Our first product available was simple social sentiment data. We identified how many people are talking about an asset, as well as whether those discussions are positive or negative. Next, we released our Alerts and Signals platform, which has been one of our most popular products to date. But what we're most excited about are the tools that we currently have in development, many of which have never been seen or attempted before. One of those is our rumor identification tool, which allows us to identify rumors that are being discussed on social media platforms by everyday traders that have had zero or little mentions in the news. We do this by searching through millions of posts and discussions and cross-checking that content against thousands of different news sources in real time to identify topics, ideas, or rumors that have not yet been discussed in traditional mainstream media. There are many ways that we've been able to clearly separate ourselves from competitors in this space. Most of the data providers in the social media space are employing antiquated methods and systems. In fact, many of them are even manually curating lists to power their platforms and tools, which leads to them extracting less insights and less data than our algorithmically generated data feeds. One of the biggest value adds that we've focused on is our predictive analysis algorithms. In the last 2 weeks of March, our artificial intelligence alert system sent out 98 unusual discussion alerts, with 90 of those alerts being profitable. What that means is that if you had purchased all 98 of these alerts, the price of those purchased assets would currently be up an average of 17% in the span of those 2 weeks. The biggest advantage that ChatterQuant currently has over other providers is our coverage and latency. We provide up to 20,000% more data than other leading competitors, as well as minute-level latency, where most of our competitors will offer 15-minute delayed or even day-level data. Since the beginning of our focus on business-to-business, we've landed several institutional clients, which you can see in the top left, TradesViz, Money.net, and OptionsWave, and are currently in discussions with firms such as NASDAQ, CBOE, Fisk Global, and ICE Finance. We do expect that we may need to raise some money in the next 18 months, but do not want to do so quite yet, as we believe there's a lot more value to be added in the near-term future without a raise. Our plan is to continue to grow our connections within the industry and expand our Rolodex, and continue to attend and sponsor trade shows so we can get our product in front of as many funds, banks, and people as we possibly can. We are also currently working to expand our talent team and add quantitative analysts, full-stack developers, as well as business-to-business focused salespeople. Our biggest need right now is individuals who are familiar with the finance space and advisors to help us navigate deals, as well as those who might be able to connect us with customers and help us better understand the needs of those customers within this complex market. Thank you.
Good job, Christian. Thank you, Christian. Christian actually just won about a month ago the Idaho Entrepreneurial Challenge, and has grown extraordinary since that time as well. So, all right, we're concluding this segment by Rachel Wilson with Bold Hue. Rachel, take it away.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Best for last? No? Okay. I wanted to just introduce myself up front. My name is Rachel Wilson. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Bold Hue. I'm a two-time entrepreneur. My first product company I scaled into large retail channels such as Nordstrom's, Crate & Barrel, 13 international countries, so have a really strong footing in distribution, manufacturing, and go-to-market strategies. My amazing co-founder, Karen Layton, who can't be here today, you can see wildly smart, published scientist, aerospace engineer, and contracted by NASA. So, who are we? What is Bold Hue? We are a beauty tech company that uses our patent-pending technology encompassed with our proprietary skin typing algorithm to provide makeup consumers their customized and personalized beauty products on demand. So we are on a mission to make every consumer feel like the best version of themselves because Karen and I linked up roughly 3 years ago, had really strong pain points about our unmatched foundation, and many other people feel the same way. So, although I'm last, I still have clicker problems, so we still can't figure it out. So here are the main pain points. 77% of women are wearing the wrong color foundation, and actually 50% are voicing that color match is the hardest aspect to find. And then we drop down to this huge number, $300,000. I know, I see you in the audience with her eyes. She's like, what? Spent by women on makeup in their lifetime. That is my house that I paid for in Boise 5 years ago, sorry. So a lot of this we do feel like is an overspend, and what I mean by that is a lot of makeup wearers, especially women of color, they have to purchase 2 to 3 bottles of foundation to go home and be their own chemist. And so we are here to do that because we are marrying beauty and technology to finally solve this problem. And so you'll see this device on the left side here. We like to call ourselves the Keurig for makeup consumers. So walking you through the 3 simple steps, what you're going to do is you're going to select your preferred base foundation pod. And the reason I say select is because when we go to market, we're going to roll out with roughly 3 different base finish options. So what that means is something like a matte, dewy, sheer. I know there's a lot of men in the audience, so let me break it down for you. It is about the match, but it's also about the texture and the formula of the foundation. And so I'm at an event today, so I like to wear a little bit of a heavier coverage and maybe a lighter coverage during the week. And so that's kind of what the finish means. So basically, you will pop in your preferred base foundation. The second step is you're going to use our detached wand, which is Bluetooth capable, and that's what houses our proprietary skin typing algorithm to scan your skin. So once you scan your skin, your color capture is going to populate onto the device's screen here, and from there you'll have the capabilities to dial up, dial down shades, or accept exactly what you see in front of you. The minute that you accept the reading, the pigmentation that sits within the cartridge system in the middle of the device is going to free drop pigmentation into that base container, giving you perfectly matched foundation on demand in roughly 1 minute. So very exciting. As you know, as you know, the beauty industry is huge. So funneling in, what is our service obtainable market up front, which is the $6.6 billion liquid foundation market. However, we can do anything with color with our skin typing algorithm. So we will have the capabilities to grow quickly into additional color cosmetic categories like lipstick, eyeshadow, hair dye, and so you can see, 19.2 billion face cosmetic, just US alone, is obtainable very, very quickly. We are going to do this in a 2-pronged manner with a D2C go-to-market strategy. So direct to consumer, you will be able to purchase all of your Bold Hue products online, and then we will layer in a social selling platform, bolstering the micro-influencers that already interact with our target demographic of Gen Z millennials. And then down the road, we look to be acquired within 5 to 7 years after getting to market. That is Bold Hue. A quick note, we have raised $500,000. We are on track to go to market by Q3 2023. So if you would like to learn more about investment opportunities, come find me. Thank you very much.
Rachel, hold on just a second. Rachel, hold on. Okay, so beautiful, right? So what do you do?
Thank you so much.
What do you do for the beast?
For the beast?
Yeah, thank you very much. That's all I want to know.
Well, I thought I was going to say, like, your foundation looks really good today. So I don't know
Yes,
if you
I've
need-
been working on it. Let's hear it for Rachel. Thank you very much, Rachel. All right, those were great companies, right? Again, the diverse nature of that, all the way from agriculture to beauty. So a lot of wonderful things. Now we get the chance, as we move from this fast pitch competition, to really look at the overall ecosystem. And about 11 years ago, I was with Blake Hansen, and I met Blake, and I'm going, Blake is fantastic. He's probably done a lot to be able to help grow this innovative ecosystem in Idaho. And we were sitting there, and Blake said, we got to measure this. So we started talking about the Idaho Deal Flow Report, and this gives us the opportunity to now talk about how do we measure this, and what year is this, Blake?
I think it's 8,
so that's
something like that. But
so
we
that's
went
good.
back to 2010, and we were like, is there really stuff going on in Idaho? And when we got this started, people were like, there's nothing going on in Idaho. That's a waste of time. What are you guys doing? And who are you, Blake? Why would you be tracking deal flow? So here we are, 8 years later. Thanks for coming to this. Really appreciate it. And I've got 3 minutes.
Let's hear it for Blake Hansen.
Here we go.
Go.
Where do I point? How did I
Point,
get
point
that?
back to the control panel.
This way?
Yes.
I'm hitting the wrong button. Here we go. All right, so 2021, we had 155 deals that we reported, or that we recorded, with $3.5 billion of transaction volume. It's actually a little bit down from the prior year. Private placements, 69 private placements, $440 million. Obviously the year before in 2020 was a banner year for us in Idaho with private placements, but we're still doing a lot of stuff. Frankly, the ecosystem is growing. I feel like there's still probably about 40% of the deals that we're not capturing. So we still have this like independent Idaho, we'll do it our own way, we don't want people to know what we're up to kind of thing going on. But it's slowly changing, so we appreciate any time you guys send us the deal flows, especially on the private placement. That's a place that I just think there's a lot of stuff going on that we're not capturing. All right, top deals and the private placements. Tackle raised $100 million, Love Every at a $1.25 billion valuation. Love Every, $100 million. TerraClear, $25 million. Engage, $20 million. So yeah, a lot of stuff. Aptitex, PlexTrack. Some of these companies have followed up with a subsequent round since. So a lot of great stuff on the private placements. Mergers and acquisitions. This is really where we have the big deals usually. $2.5 billion of disclosed deals. You'll see in the deal flow report that even the ones that we do capture, we're still like 50% that are undisclosed. So it's just the way it works around here. Top deals, NX Edge, Count sold Equifax, Cleanera for $400 million, Visit Pay, $300 million. Pretty great to see a lot of this activity going on. One public offering, Clearwater, about $4.5 billion total market cap. They raised about $540 million in the public market, so that was a great deal. And then we're starting to track some ESOPs. These are companies that you'll probably be seeing around a little bit more because of the structure. So 2 Idaho companies, Commercial Tire and Tate's Rents, went employee stock option route. Industry trends, this is something that we've been tracking the whole time. Technology and software, this is great to see leading out on this front. Clearly in Idaho, we're going to have some material resources and some other things, but really like to see technology leading out. Those are the highest paying jobs that we've tracked. Again, Idaho Technology Council has a lot of data on that. Then, let's see, here is just an overview of the artificial intelligence software platform in IT plays. So a lot of tech deals. Then wanted to do just a quick Q1 2022 because there's a lot of stuff happening. We've already recorded 28 deals this year in Q1. and $2.5 billion of transaction volume. So, you know, already slated to be a bigger year than last year. Top deals that no one knows about, but they should. Don, make sure you report this today on Boise Dev. This will be really nice. It's only about 6 weeks old. So U.S. Ecology, $2.2 billion sell to Republic Services out of Phoenix. Meal Ticket acquired for $100 million. PlexTrack did their $70 million Series B. I'm out of time. I said 3 minutes, and I think I'm 2 minutes over. Sorry, Tim. All right, thanks again. Lots of great stuff, and here we go.
Thanks, Blake. Let's hear it for Blake Hansen. So after the conference is over, we're going to have, for those who would like to go online, you can get this online from buildinidaho.com and also from the Idaho Technology Council on our websites. And then we'll have actual on the table in the back. You can get them there. All right, for right now, please come back right after lunch, and we're going to have the 2 drawings for the iPad Pro, and we also will just grab a box lunch back here, and we'll be back in 10 minutes, all right? Thanks so much.
Welcome to Librarium.
In a world where lunch has to come to an end, the time is now. Ladies and gentlemen, your host, Jay Larson.
All right, guys, thank you very much. Greg, thank you so much. All right, we're going to be coming out, guys. I need to do one thing really quickly before we start rolling everything. But when we had Librarium, remember we had the problem with the video? There's about a minute video that we want to show you that, and I think we have it ready to go. So I'm looking back to our Star Trek fans back here to our control booth and see if we can roll the Librarium one. Just watch this for a minute. Is that all right, guys? Hit it.
Welcome to Librarium, the world's first virtual reality study aid. Librarium is a virtual memory palace, a memorization and recall technique which has been around since the time of Socrates and has been proven to be the most effective way to recall information. All of the objects in the library were created as a deck of flashcards in our companion app. In addition to a full set of community-driven high school and college-level decks across a wide range of subjects, Librarium is also partnering with college prep industry leaders to provide premium study experiences for major tests like the MCAT, LSAT, and SAT. Let's have a look. The card associated with Purple Potion is Production Possibilities Frontier. Purple Potion, Production Possibilities, that's called a mnemonic, or a memory association that links these two things together. Check out this one, Liquidity Trap. Get it, Liquidity Trap, because it's a cup? What can I say? I'm a dad. We have an AI running in the cloud that helps you pick a good mnemonic when you create a flashcard, or you can choose one of your own. What is a liquidity trap anyway? Right, I knew that one, so I could hold the card over my head and memorize it here. There's even an assessment tool which automatically generates a fun mini-game to really help lock in your progress. Regardless of your subject matter, if you're studying for a midterm or a final exam, if you're a lifelong learner, or if you just have a quiet moment to pop in, solve a puzzle or two, and discover the secrets of the library, VR is the perfect medium, and Librarium is here to help you reach your study goals.
Thank you very much. Dwayne, thank you very much for having that. So that's Librarium, right? So thank you. All right. So the opportunity that we have right now is we get to have the boomerangs, just like we had tackle. We get some awesome boomerangs that are presented before that are just have slain it. So the first one we're going to start off with, I'm just going to have it so you'll have it out of your deal. So we don't introduce, so we just kind of save some time. First one is going to be Kent Ivanhoff with Visit Pay, who's just done a wonderful thing, and you saw that was one of the big exits, over $300 million. Then we're going to have Stu Draper with Stu Kent and Josh Chandler. Both came in from Idaho Falls, and Josh is here with Live Free Emergency Response. And then we get the opportunity to meet with, have Todd Mansfield, who I first met when he was at Echo, and now he's the COO over at House of Design. So that's the process on our boomerangs, and we'll start it off with Kent Ivanhoff. Let's hear it for Kent.
There you go, sir. Thanks, Jay. Well, I think there we go. I think the last time I spoke to this group was in 2016, which is relevant for what I'm going to share with you today. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Kent Ivanhoff. I'm the co-founder and CEO of a company called Visit Pay, which was sold last year to R1 RCM. I've started a lot of different companies over the years. Prior to Visit Pay, I started a company in Boise that we sold to Capital One in the late 90s. I spent the better part of the next 9 years with Capital One back east, running their domestic credit card portfolio before coming back to Idaho. And so this story starts with where do I point this thing, Jay? There you go. Which way? Sorry. Sorry, guys. Got it. Are you sure? Am I hitting the right button? Can you advance the slide? There we go. Okay, so, our mission, what we're focused on is helping people manage patient bills. I was struck back in 2009 when the Affordable Care Act was being written that about half of all consumer bankruptcies start because of healthcare debt. And then you look at how consumers actually pay for healthcare debt, and if you're a hospital like St. Luke's Health System, it's not uncommon for health systems to collect 20 or 30 cents on the dollar due from consumers. So they're taking care of the exact same people that Capital One is taking care of, yet people don't pay their consumer debt very well. And our view was there's a reason for that, and there's a reason why there's so many failures in this space with people going to bankruptcy. And we said we could do something about that with a technology solution. So our view was, let's help people manage patient bills. Let's do that in a way that's good for them and good for the health system and fix kind of a broken process. So over the course of the last 12 years, we've deployed our technology at some of the most marquee health systems in the country. Right now, we're in 1 out of every 10 not-for-profits in the country. That list of clients alone accounts for $100 billion in revenue. Something that I was in my wildest dreams back in 2010 when we started. Our claim to fame is that, our view is this is not a collections business. There's reasons why someone like Jay pays his bills this month, but doesn't pay them next month. And it's not because Jay's walking that debt the second month. It's because something happened in that billing process that confused him, that was broken, that dissatisfied him, and there's a reason for that. And if you fix the underlying reasons why people are so disenchanted with healthcare billing, not only are they happier, as evidenced by our Net Promoter Score, which is about 75 points higher than the industry average, but they pay better. And so we drive a 50% increase in payments without making a single collections call. Our company's never made a collections call because it's not about collections, it's about fixing the experience. So here's our story. So we started in 2010. My partner, Vince Martino, and I started the company in my basement, literally. We spent the next 5 years trying to understand how we could change these dynamics in healthcare. And there's like 2 legacy billing systems that dominate the market, account for about 90% of the market, Epic and Cerner. And we tried to make strategies come alive back in those systems with segmentation strategies and scoring strategies, and we had great outcomes. But we were in the business of consulting, and I didn't want to be a consultant. I didn't want to be on an airplane traveling around the country teaching hospitals how to change their business. We didn't burn a lot of capital. We did a couple of friends and family rounds. I funded the company initially, but we had low burn while we were just learning, and that was the focus. We conceived of this platform that we called VisitPay. We launched it at St. Luke's Health System in August of 2014. And by 2015, in January, the results had come in, and they were breathtaking. And we said, this is it. We're not going to sell all these legacy products that we've sold in the past. All of our revenue that was tied to them, we're not marketing those products anymore. We're going to hibernate those products, and we're going all in on VisitPay. Some of our shareholders said, what? Because that was right after we had done one of these friends and family rounds, and we did a massive pivot. But I was convinced that was the way we needed to go. We spent 2015 rewriting the code base in its entirety and gearing up for this pivot for the company, sold 4 major health systems, the VisitPay platform, and there's a big difference between deploying and actually implementing. And that brings me to, there was that thing on that video we just saw called the liquidity trap. I fell into it in a big way because we sold those 4 health systems, but we only had enough people to deploy one at a time. So we sold client 1, client 2, client 3, client 4. One of them had $10 billion in revenue. One had $7 billion in revenue. I mean, we were giant hunting, and we slayed all 4 of them, but then we had staged these implementations. And about halfway through implementation 1, and each implementation takes about 3 months, client number 2 said, hey, could we go first? We've got some other systems work we want to do. Could we go first? And so we talked to client 1, and they said, yeah, we'll be good partners. We'll deploy after them. So we started client number 2, and we can only do one at a time. And client 2 came to their deployment window, and they called us up and said, hey, we've got a new CTO. We need to delay a month. And then that turned into another month delay, and we were pregnant on this implementation and couldn't start number 3 nor go back to number 1 until number 2 was complete. Meanwhile, client 3 fires their CFO as well as their VP of Finance. Client 4 fires their Chief Technology Officer. All these people who are instrumental into our decisions. And by November of 2016, not only did we not have the revenue associated with those 4 deployments, we didn't have the case studies from those 4 deployments to match the one with St. Luke's that was the bedrock for our case for going out to the venture capital firms and asking them to invest at us at the type of valuation that we would have found attractive. So in November, I had 2 months worth of cash left. And starting to talk to VCs and knowing that I'm probably going to get savaged, not wrongly, but because we didn't have results. So thankfully, 3 of our clients stood up for us. They gave us enough cash in the form of a convertible note at 6% interest, believe it or not, to fund the business for the next year. And I'll tell you why in a second they were willing to do that. They gave us enough runway to go to the VCs and actually get a decent valuation and not get savaged in the process. Because really, we didn't have the results other than St. Luke's to really make the business case. We did our Series A in the fall of 2017. We did our Series B a little bit later, both with venture firms. Over the course of that 4-year period, we grew between 50 and 100% a year, some years 50, some years north of 100 actually. Became dominant in 1 out of every 10 not-for-profit hospitals with enterprise deployments. And as you saw on the earlier slide, we sold last summer at a valuation of $300 million. So pretty good success story, and it's really a tale of 2 companies though. First 5 years pretty slow, didn't burn a lot of cash, didn't lose a lot of sleep, others we were inventing, and then kind of turning it around the last 5 years and having a heck of a growth story. So here's the lessons that I would offer for those of you who are interested. So number 1, no matter what amount of capital you think, I would get more. In 2016, every exogenous thing that could have happened to go wrong did go wrong. In every raise I did in our Series A and our Series B, I wish I would have raised more every single time. So I would get more capital than you think you need. Second point, in our case, those strategic clients, the reason they were willing to lend us that money is I gave them the opportunity to participate in our friends and family rounds, which those 3 clients did. And in addition to the results that we were driving for them, they didn't want to see us lose control of the company. They wanted us at the helm, and they wanted to realize a return on their investment. So making those partners, your clients, your strategic partners, I think is key. When you get venture capital, and you'll need it to grow, make sure that you recognize that there's a difference between aligned interests and the same interests. And while I would say with our VCs, we always mostly had aligned interests, rarely were they the same interests. And a couple times they were diametrically opposed. Second to last thing I would say is in all of that time period, I lost 51% ownership, but I never lost control. And so there's a deliberate dance you can do with the terms of that venture capital, what those VCs can block versus what they can't block, and what type of a voting block is required to make that happen. I'd be really mindful of that from a governance perspective. The second thing is we knew the market was crystallizing, and we knew we'd have an opportunity to exit, but I didn't want to get bought. Or I didn't want to sell, rather. I wanted to get bought. And so in 2020, we went out and talked and met with 10 strategics and just described our business and what we were doing. We did that through Allen & Company, but we didn't hire Allen & Company. And what Allen & Company said is, hey, CEO of Fiserv, you ought to know about this company because they're going to be up, somebody's going to make a run on them, and when they do, you're going to want to know about them. That led to, we got an offer for our company in January of 21. We then hired Allen. Allen told the other 9 what was going on, and within 3 weeks, we had 10 companies vying for us. It's key. The last thing that I would say is I'd be really parsimonious with your equity, including with your employees. There is a difference between entrepreneurs and wantrepreneurs, and I would keep that equity for the people that are really going to generate value for you and for shareholders. Thank you.
Last time I was here on this stage, my company was about 10 times as small, but I had about 10 times as much hair. Okay? So I don't know if you just noticed a trend, but if you want to lose your hair, start a business, okay? It's been a good ride for us at Stu-Kent. We're on a mission to help educators, help students, help the world is the last part of our mission that's not showing there. And it must be a weird transition from Google Slides to PowerPoint. I don't know. But that mission has been a big driving force for successful recruiting. It's been a driving force for our business decisions. And it has been a driving force in getting deals. Turns out that not just your employees like having a mission, but your customers like getting to be a part of your mission. So we help educators first. That's our customer at Stu-Kent. We're an education technology company. When we help the educator, they're able to help their students. And they love that we want to go to work with them to make that happen. And then another secret to our success, I would say, since the 2016 time I was up here. By the way, for anyone that may remember, in 2016 I rode on a stage. It wasn't in this same room, but I rode around on one of those, now I'm forgetting the name of what you call them. What do you call them? Like a Segway style thing, but not that, a hoverboard. That's what I was on. Does anyone remember that? Raise your hand if someone remembers the hoverboard. Jay does. A few of the veterans do. Good. Anyway, we added these values to Stu-Kent. When we were about 20 employees, I picked like 40 that I liked, and I had the team vote on values. We agreed on these 9 as our core values. And when someone gets let go from Stu-Kent, if we have to fire someone, we can usually point at multiple values where they were struggling. So it's been a driver for helping us get the right talent. And I still, at 140 some employees now, do a final interview with everyone and make sure we're on the same page with values. We create simulations at Stu-Kent for high school, higher ed, and corporate training. And we do it to teach marketing, supply chain, business subjects, right? Sales. And if you'd like to talk more about it, our booth's over there in the corner. Our success so far, we've been on the Inc. 5000 4 years in a row. This year in 2022, we expect to hit the list again for a 5th time. It's been fun to be a fast growing business. Like I will warn you though, you lose hair. We've grown to support now north of 500,000 students. I took the screenshot from the website that's outdated, which is funny because our slogan at Stu-Kent is stay current. One of our keys to success in EdTech is that we update our curriculum annually so it stays current. Our authors agree in their royalty agreement that they will be ready and do an update 1 year from the time we first publish. And their royalties are on the line with that agreement. So it's a funny innovation that's in the contract. Contracts can be a place of innovation. We've helped over 5,000 institutions from over 70 countries, including a lot of the cool Ivy League schools down to Fox Valley Tech and a lot of schools you've never heard of. We also help high school students now as well. One thing I've done to have success with our business is given our team a vision. I tell them that what Under Armour was to Nike and Adidas, that's what Stu-Kent is to Pearson and McGraw-Hill. And it's hard when you're working for this small company that no one's heard of, and you go to the family reunion and tell your aunt and uncle what you do for work, and they're like, Student? What'd you say? No, it's Stu-Kent, and they have to tell them the story of how we came up with the name, which is a story for another day. But when you bring people together to work on something, if you can give them a vision, it really changes things. We're in Idaho Falls, Idaho. And I tell them, why not us? Why not out of little Idaho Falls, Idaho, can't we be the team that changes the game for higher education? The system's broken. You can go, if you go Google search, colleges failing, universities failing, you will find article after article after article of the media picking on our education system, which, by the way, I think is still the world's greatest, and I think is a misconception. But it bleeds and it doesn't hurt any one individual, so they love to pick on our education system. Another thing that I have learned is that overnight successes are really years in the making. Day in and day out grind and showing up and getting a team of people around you that can do the same. I came to Boise 9 years ago with a business plan for Stu-Kent. And they had a first day round where you did your pitch. And then a second day, by the way, is Rick Ritter here? I don't know if Rick Ritter's here. I'm sure some of you know Rick. Oh, that's great. I love hearing it. Rick's great. He put together this entrepreneurship competition. I failed. I didn't make the second day of the competition. And I stayed for that second day to see what else was so much better than my idea and my business plan. And I learned a lot from that experience of not making it and winning the competition. Someone there in the audience caught the vision for my idea. Hopefully, for some of you entrepreneurs that spoke this morning, you have the same thing happen to you. Tim Forehand came up to me after and he said, I'm interested. Let's meet when you're back in Eastern Idaho. I live in Blackfoot. Let's talk. And he was an early stage investor in Stu-Kent. In business, that's definitely how it works. One thing leads to another. We tried signing up Western Governors University as a customer probably 5 times of the last 7 years and never signed them up. But we kept building and growing and improving, and just this last year started a more serious conversation, and it was like, this is it. This is our time. And sure enough, just this last weekend, we signed up Western Governors. They're the largest nonprofit online university there is in the U.S. And I can tell you story after story where one thing led to another. We tried entering the corporate training space and failed. We thought, man, these simulations we build, they provide a hands-on learning experience. They would be so much better than just watching a video and taking a quiz, which is what most of online corporate training is today. Nothing came of it. Well, we tried like 4 different times over the last 8 years to get into the corporate training space. Just last year, the CMO of HP reached out to me on LinkedIn. She said, hey, I just wanted to congratulate you on what you guys have done with your simulations. I am a Columbia University, I just finished Columbia University's executive MBA program, used your simulation, loved it, and I'd like to use it to train HP's marketing department. And those things, they don't happen overnight. And you work really hard and you can go try and pitch them, but if you keep working hard and keep showing up day in and day out, and you have a mission, and you have a vision, and you put people around you that will live values, it's a recipe for success. And doing it in Idaho makes it an even better recipe for success. We're bringing more than just potatoes. Thank you guys for all you're doing to improve the economy of Eastern Idaho, of all of Idaho, sorry. I'm like one of 2 people from Eastern Idaho here. Thank you for all you guys are doing. Have a great day.
Thanks, Stu. Stu's a great friend of mine. Back in my days when I was still lawyering, I helped represent Stu-Kent and actually filed the original charter, so that's always exciting. Let's see if we can get this to advance. Side button. Okay, I'm using the wrong button. That explains it. Okay, so I want to talk to you guys about our company. Last time I was here was 2016 as well. That seems to be the theme. We've had a great run, but I want to talk to you about some things that some of the folks who are just getting started, a lot of you already know this stuff. A lot of you guys could teach this stuff to me. But I want to tell you 3 things that I wish I had listened to when older entrepreneurs had told me about those things. All right? The first one of those things, and then I'll talk a little bit about our company and what we do. So to give you a background, our company, we manufactured, developed, manufactured, and sell today the first mobile GPS and cellular help I fall and I can't get up button for the elderly. It's a pretty focused little niche, but today we have 600,000 seniors across the country that are using our product. Most of those are through a couple of pretty big customers that commercialized our product for us. And we've had a lot of success. We've had a great run, but there are some things that we've learned. Over the last 5 years, we've had a great growth, but we've also not, I'll be honest with you guys, I don't think we've fulfilled the potential that we probably had. And I think it's because we didn't listen to these 3 things. And people will tell you these 3 things, but you may not listen. So here's the first thing. This comes from a book. You can check it out if you want to. I'll in a minute here, when I'm not having stage fright, I'll remember what it is. But the basic duality of entrepreneurship is, do you want to be rich or do you want to be the king? That is to say, do you want to maintain lots and lots and lots and lots of control, or are you willing to bring in others who can make what you're doing better? One of the things I love about Stu Draper from Stu Kent is he's so good at collaboration. He's so good at reaching out. Our company was founded by my brother and I, and somebody was talking about Idaho and how we're a little bit independent. That's kind of how we are, how we always have been. We like to run it the way we like to run it, and we have never taken institutional money. Our senior executive management team is still really a pretty shallow bench, and I think that's why, even though we've had a lot of success, there's a lot of growth and opportunity that's been left on the table. So one thing, don't prioritize control over growth. Focus on growth. So the other thing that people told us when we got involved was that institutional money will really help you to focus on and have bigger goals. And you know, our decision was, we don't really want, it wasn't the goals and those things. We just didn't want anybody in there messing around with us, telling us what to do, because we're from Southeast Idaho, Pocatello, Idaho. And so we never took institutional money, in large part, even though we had opportunities along the way, because we didn't want that in there. Now, what happens, though, unfortunately, is you get complacent. You have a good business. Things are good. Profitability's good. Money's good. Everything's good. And you have all the control you want, and you don't get the results that you could get. So I would say look for an institutional partner. I really think it's valuable. I think it's worth a lot more than just the cash. It's easy to think about it in terms of just the cash. But for folks like the folks who presented here earlier today, where they're up in your business, that's a great thing for a young team. And then the last thing is, it is 100% about talent, and you could be a really talented person, and I will tell you, I'm okay, but my brother is probably the most talented executive I know. But there's a limit to what he can actually do well. So we're in a place now where we're reinventing ourselves. We've got a great business, but we're going somewhere new. And I'm going to talk to you about it really briefly because I'm excited about this vision. And it's an opportunity for us to take these lessons that I've just given to you and kind of implement them in our business as we go forward. So let's talk just briefly, if anybody wants to. I know it's really exciting to talk about death, but we're going to talk about death. No, we're not. We're going to talk about senior care, though. The reality is, senior care, we all know it's big, it's growing. One thing that a lot of people don't notice is that a massive amount of healthcare spend is in the last 3 years of life. Per capita, $189,000 per year in the last 3 years of your life is spent on your healthcare. It's an incredible amount. And it is not aimed especially carefully. It's mostly spent on things that are not all that useful to your actual quality of life. Things like surgeries, knee replacements for someone who's 85 years old. This kind of thing, because our medical system isn't really set up to do what it ought to do. Here's a quote from a guy, you may have heard of him. His name's Atul Gawande. He's a writer for The New Yorker. also a medical doctor. He says, we've created a multi-trillion dollar edifice for dispensing the medical equivalent of lottery tickets, and we have only the rudiments of a system to prepare patients for the near certainty that those tickets will, in the long term, not win. Hope is a plan, but hope is not a plan, but hope is, right now, our only plan. So it is a fragmented and inefficient market. There's no one company that specializes in senior care. Instead, what happens is you've got a primary care doctor, and then you have a home health agency, and then you have a pharmacy, and then you have somebody who sells you durable medical equipment, and then you have somebody else who, well, you can see the list up there, but who sells you a medical alert, like we might. We've got all kinds of a la carte, and what happens is it all falls to the parents, to the kids of the parents. So if my dad is older, the care of my father will fall to me. And these people are not experts. They've never done this before, by and large, and it's a problem. So this is the problem that we're tackling now. Having done what we've done for as long as we have, we feel like we have a good sense of it. So tech-enabled care management as a scalable service. That's supposed to all be in the white. I promise that was how that was when I sent it over. I'm going to blame Jay for that. So that's where we're headed next. Where we're headed next is senior care as focused on care management, a project to help folks get the actual care that they need and not what our medical system is really, really good at doing. Here's another quote from Mr. Gawande. Having great components is not enough, and yet we've been obsessed in medicine with all of the different components. We want the best drugs, the best technologies, the best specialists, but we don't spend any time thinking about how it all comes together. And that's our mission. We are thinking about how do we deliver services, how do we package them and deliver them in a way that meets the needs and lifestyle goals of seniors. How do we keep them in their homes? How do we keep them happy? How do we keep them safe? How do we keep them, how do we understand what care they need? And how do we do this from a diagnostic perspective and also from a medical clinical perspective and also from a non-medical perspective and also from a pharmacy perspective, because all of those perspectives impact each other. And we're playing a football game without a quarterback right now. So these are some of the services that we're rolling out. This will happen. Probably will get rolled out in the next 2 months. We've been working on it for actually about a year now. A few things about our company. We are an established leader in senior technology design and implementation. A lot of our work happens in the cloud with our proprietary software that talks to our products. We have a lot of FDA approved medical devices to measure things like blood pressure, weight, blood glucose, all of those things, those are ready. There's a bunch of users. We've had a great, like I said, we've had a 5-year growth rate, compound annual growth rate of 16% plus, good EBITDA margins, but we're ready to do something different. And I'm going to commit to you guys publicly that I'm going to do those 3 things that I said we should do, that I recommend to all of you. Think carefully about who your partners are, and think carefully about how you work together. And that's my advice to you, and I wish you all the very best. Thanks.
Excited to be here to tell you about House of Design. It's been an exciting year for us, and we've got a lot going on with the organization. You may know us as the Robot People here in the Treasure Valley. We've been in the Treasure Valley since 2012. Basically, the company was founded as a robotic system integrator, and just to explain what that is you do a fixed price quote to automate a process for a customer. That's a highly innovative place to be, but it's also a high stress place to be because everything you're doing is 0 to 1. And since its founding, House of Design has got a reputation for solving very hard problems. Starting in 2012 as a very small company, then moving into the medical space, and then finally, with that reputation, moving into construction. House of Design really got its break, if you will, into the construction space in 2018 when we were approached by a company called Katerra. Now, Katerra was an organization backed by SoftBank who was trying to reinvent construction. Having a reputation of solving hard problems, they approached House of Design to solve the problem of how do you automate construction. Now, we live in Boise, so everybody here knows that we have a housing shortage. Depending on whose data you look at, there's 5 to 7 million home shortfall in the United States alone. So as we entered into this program, we've developed some unique technology and, more importantly, some unique software that allowed the company to do things that had never been done before in a different way. And we parlayed that into another program we worked on for a company called Autovol, who is here in the Treasure Valley, another innovative company that is also trying to solve the affordable housing crisis in America. We've been working with Autovol now for 3 years to build housing with robots and automate that and expand it into multiple sites. So you can see the growth trajectory of the company. And as we've grown, for a robot system integrator, the holy grail is to get a repeat build system. Doing a new system every time is very hard, very time consuming. So as we entered this construction space, House of Design came up with products for the construction industry. And as we sought to specialize, really our capital story is about now moving into being a product company, providing solutions for the construction space across the nation and around the world. Today, House of Design provides not only truss, but panel solutions for construction space. As we look at our solutions, we had a need to recapitalize. So if we talk about our capital story, really as we're in a capital intense space, we started about a year ago looking for a partner that we could partner with to recapitalize the business and take these solutions to market. So in doing so, just walking through the process of doing that, back in the fall of 2020, making the decision to do so, we started preparing the company for the sale, and we went through the process of preparing and selecting an advisor. With the process then into the spring of 21, selecting the advisor, we went with Peak Technology as our representation. With Peak, we then moved forward in the process to going to market and stepping into the process for the sale. The process went into September, at which time we selected T.H. Lee as our partner. As part of the process, we looked at both strategic as well as financial partners and chose the financial partner, which gave us the best opportunity to keep the organization intact as well as the vision for the company. This allows us to then parlay all of our learnings and our strategy and products into a growth opportunity for House of Design, and the Treasure Valley. As we look forward to what's next for House of Design, we really are looking at scaling. First and foremost, as you've heard so many times today with the other speakers, talent acquisition is top of mind for us. It is probably the biggest challenge for our business, and it is something that we work on every day. We're excited to partner with this university as well as other universities in the state and around the region to build the pipeline we need, as well as build our own pipeline through additional job workforce training. You might recognize the building behind us. We're not diversifying into retail. We're actually expanding our facilities. That is the former Macy's facility in Nampa at the Gateway Center. We'll be moving into that facility in July. It is our new technology center where we'll be focused on product development as well as technology development. In addition to that, we're also expanding into a manufacturing center in the area as well. In addition to human capital and facilities, we're also looking to scale with inorganic growth as well. Now, having been on the other side of the capital story, we're now on the acquisition side and looking for great opportunities to build out our organization. These are exciting times for us, and the future is very bright. As far as geographical expansion goes, we will be and plan to be always based in the Treasure Valley, headquartered here, but we're already being pulled not only nationally, but internationally by our customers. We already have systems going as far as Australia today. So it's been an exciting year for House of Design, and we continue to expand and develop our solutions. We find new doors opening all the time. When you look at the housing crisis, just to give a little insight, the issue is not that we don't have enough people wanting to build homes. It's the fact that it's actually a labor shortage. We're in a time where the generation who are building most of the homes are retiring out and they're not being replaced. This is creating the great opportunity that we're finding in this large market to provide an automated solution. Recently, we're at a customer site where they had demand for 10 units a shift, but they only had staffing for 2. So when we talk about we can't build enough homes, that's really the issue. It's supply side on the labor. So House of Design has found its niche in providing automated solutions that leverages less labor into greater output. And those opportunities are profound, and for House of Design, the exciting future is construction is a massive, in the United States, $1.1 trillion market. And our opportunity now is to scale House of Design to be able to take advantage of that opportunity at a meaningful level. And with our new partner, T.H. Lee, we're able to do that. So we've been one of the local Valley's success stories. It's been an exciting ride. Most of you probably know Shane and Ryan, who were the founders of the company. They're still very much involved in helping us continue to grow and build out the company and the business. Lots of exciting things to come from House of Design, so please stay tuned, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right, so thank you so much. That was awesome. Our boomerangs from Visit Page, Kent Ivanhoff, Stu Kent, Stu Draper, and Josh Chandler with Live Free, and House of Design, Todd Mansfield. Wonderful lessons. Everybody, awesome job on that. All right. Part of this is we're just near the tail end, but we need to be able to do the drawing, so hopefully your names are in. So we're going to have our drawing. And as Moshe comes up, thanks for the Capital Connect Committee, Blake and Allison. Thanks for all that you guys are doing on that. Let's hear for Blake and Allison, and Alturas, and Wilson Sassini. Brian Randolph, thanks for BR Wealth Management for things you're doing. So right now, the first thing we're going to do with Brian is we're actually doing a drawing right now. So hit the wheel, spin the wheel.
The wheel is spinning.
The wheel spin. This is for what I'm calling the summer essentials. Brian's got it over here, the kid over here is that we have. And it's Tyler Christensen. Tyler, are you here?
Looks like it's
Not here, so we go to the next one. The next
spinning again.
The wheel is spinning, and it's it's just stopping. Oh, Brandon Hroper. Brandon, this is good for you, Brandon. So it's kind of a boost bucket thing, Brandon. So take it easy on it, all right? Okay. So
take it easy on it.
Yeah. All right. Now we got to text CU, This is going to be Richard. We're going to have one. This is what's this one we're going to give away is an iPad. 12.9, and it has TechCU and the ITC's logo on the back of it, etched on it. Okay, so this is beautiful. This is one that you'll want to keep for years. Let's roll it. It's rolling right now, and it's Jay Larson. Thank you. Okay, let's see what it is. Oh, Jessica Silva. Are you kidding me? Jessica, could you just do a little dance, please? A big celebration. Yes! So you can get that over there, Jessica, all right? All right, fantastic. Thank you very much, TechCU, for all that, and BR Wealth Management for everything that's that way. All right, so we're at the end. Again, the theme of this is about Invest Idaho. So this is all about all of the people who have done extraordinary things from work. I look around and I see people who have done so many wonderful things to be able to grow innovation and technology and to make an invested Idaho. So thanks for all that you do. We're going to talk about the next step of this, and I think you've heard Blake and Allison both have told me you've heard enough from both of them. So go ahead, Blake. Yes! Okay, TM, is it just TM? TM, come on up. We're going to talk about Nick Krabs, TM Westergaard, to talk about, this is the big thing, Boise Entrepreneur Week, and let's hear it for TM, who I absolutely have great respect for, both TM and Nick. Let's hear it for them. You can do both of them. They should be on.
Microphone check. That's how you do an audible. You just show up to a conference and then they tell you have to get up on stage and say words. So here are some words for you all. Jokes aside, my name is TM Rastagar. I'm the executive director at Trailhead. We're a 501c3 nonprofit focusing on early stage entrepreneurship. And if you've enjoyed what you've seen today, lots of startups, companies in their later stage, we're in the business of planting those seeds. So I have up here with me my fellow co-chair of Boise Entrepreneur Week, which is Idaho's largest entrepreneurial event. His name is Nick Krabs. Round of applause. You actually applause. I was just checking to see if everyone's in food comatose or not. I didn't expect an applause. We're kind of the unconference guys, if that makes sense. But Nick will tell us a little bit more about the event. There are sponsorship opportunities and volunteering opportunities, and we really want to hear from you. So. Yeah. Nick, give us a few facts about BU. Why is BU so cool?
Cool. We're going to our 7th year. It's getting so many, they start blending together. So I think 7 years. Last year we were in person. We had 3,400 attendees. We were able to give out $140,000 in pitch competition prize winnings. So really excited about that. This year we're shooting for 6,000 attendees and $200,000 in pitch competition prize money. And Blake's really excited to help us go raise it. So. Listen, it's a really fun event. It's run by the community. TM and I, our only job is to make sure that the bumpers on the bowling lane are up, and the rest of this is all done by people such as yourselves who are experts in your field, who have passion for your community, and who want to see entrepreneurs be successful. Our job is just to guide that effort and try to have a lot of fun. This year, we're going to try and keep it as weird as possible. That's our thing. Concerts, dodgeball tournaments, corporate dodgeball tournaments, a lot of fun. Many of your companies have done it.
Jay was a ref one year. He was
terrified.
terrified.
Was the referee one year. Yeah. So listen, like TM said, we're the unconference of Boise, and we try to have a lot of fun doing it. And we'd love to see many of you, volunteer, come and sponsor, or even just attend. So October. We're in October this year. We're looking at the week of October 23rd. Cool.
Clear your calendars, that is. Thank you very much. I just wanted to take a quick moment and thank Allison and Blake for letting us come up here and kind of ransack the stage. Jay, thank you for putting on this event. Great turnout, great energy. We both love being here.
Let's hear it for Tia. Appreciate it. All right, so this is, the ecosystem is one of that we all have to continue to support and grow, and very much like Boise Entrepreneur Week, we want to keep seeing things grow in Idaho, so thanks for all that you do. Make sure you remember, Invest Idaho is one of the biggest things we can do as we continue to grow the ecosystem here. So have a great rest of your day, and come join us tonight at Beside the Bardonnais from 4:30 to 7 for a little time. Oh, and thank you very much. Scott, if you want to get some melt butter, go over here to take it and visit all of the rest of the tables across the way. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I just make a request that you put your garbage in the trash cans at the back of the room? Thank you very much.